The Psychology of Religion by Edwin Diller Starbuck. Preface. The author of the following pages has thought in his modesty that, since his name is as yet unknown to fame, his book might gain a prompter recognition if it were prefaced by a word of recommendation from some more hardened writer. Believing the book to be valuable, I am glad to be able to write such a preface. Many years ago, Dr. Starbuck, then a student in Harvard University, tried to enlist my sympathies in a statistical inquiry into the religious ideas and experiences of the circa-ambient population. I fear that, to his mind, I rather damned the whole project with my words of faint praise. The question circular method of collecting information had already, in America, reached the proportions of an incipient nuisance in the psychological and pedagogical matters. Dr. Starbuck's questions were of peculiar searching and intimate nature, to which it seemed possible that an undue number of answers from egoists lacking in sincerity might come. Moreover, so few minds have the least spark of originality that answers to questions scattered broadcast would be likely to show a purely conventional content. The writer's ideas, as well as their phraseology, would be the stock in trade of the Protestant Volksgeists, historically and not psychologically based. And being in it oneself, one might as well cipher it out a priori as to seek to collect it in this burdensome inductive fashion. I think I said to Dr. Starbuck that I expected the chief result of his circulars would be a certain number of individual answers relating peculiar experiences and ideas in a way that might be held as typical. The sorting and extracting of percentages and reducing to averages, I thought, would give results of comparatively little significance. But Dr. Starbuck kept all the more resolutely at his task, which has involved an almost incredible amount of drudging labor. I have handled and read a large proportion of his raw material, and I have just finished reading the revised proofs of the book. I must say that the results amply justify his own confidence in his methods, and that I feel somewhat ashamed at present of the listlessness of my own faith. The material, quite apart from the many acutely interesting individual confessions which it contains, is evidently sincere in its general mass. The Volksgeist, of course, dictates its special phraseology and most of its conceptions, which are almost without exception Protestant and predominantly of the evangelical sort, and for comparative purposes similar collections ought yet to be made from Catholic, Jewish, Mohammedan, Buddhist, and Hindu sources. But it has been Dr. Starbuck's express aim to engage the general from the specific and local in his critical discussion, and to reduce the reports to their most universal psychological value. It seems to me that here the statistical method has held its own, and that its percentages and averages have proved to possess genuine significance. Dr. Starbuck's conclusion, for example, that conversion is not a unique experience, but has its correspondences in the common events of moral and religious development, emerges from the general parallelism of ages, sexes, and symptoms shown by statistical comparison of different types of personal evolution, in some of which conversion, technically so called, was present whilst it was absent in others. Such statistical arguments are not mathematical proofs, but they support presumptions and established probabilities, and in spite of the lack of precision in many of their data, they yield results not to be got at in any less clumsy way. Rightly interpreted, the whole tendency of Dr. Starbuck's patient labor is to bring compromise and conciliation into the long-standing feud of science and religion. Your evangelical extremist will have it that conversion is an absolutely supernatural event, with nothing cognate to it in ordinary psychology. Your scientist sectary, on the other hand, sees nothing in it but hysterics and emotionalism, an absolutely pernicious pathological disturbance. For Dr. Starbuck, it is not necessarily either of these things. It may in countless cases be a perfectly normal psychological crisis, marking the transition from the child's world to the wider world of youth, or from that of youth to that of maturity, a crisis which the evangelical machinery only methodically emphasizes, abridges, and regulates. But I must not in this preface forestall the results of the pages that follow it. They group together a mass of hitherto unpublished facts, forming a most interesting contribution both to individual and to collective psychology. They interpret these facts with rare discriminatingness and liberality, broad-mindedness being indeed their most striking characteristic. They explain two extremes of opinion to each other in so sympathetic a way that, although either may think the last word has yet to be said, neither will be left with that sense of irremediable misunderstanding which is so common after disputes between scientific and religious persons. And finally, they draw sagacious educational inferences. On the whole, then, Christians and scientists alike must find in them matter for edification and improvement. Dr. Starbuck, in short, has made a weighty addition to that great process of taking account of psychological and sociological stock with which our generation has come to occupy itself so busily. He has broken ground in a new place, his only predecessor, so far as I am aware, being Dr. Loeba, in his similar but less elaborate investigation in Volume 7 of the American Journal of Psychology. The examples ought to find imitators, and the inquiry ought to be extended to other lands, and to populations of other faiths. I have no hesitation in recommending the volume, both for its religious and for its psychological interest. I am sure it will obtain the prompt recognition which its importance as a documentary study of human nature deserves. William James, Harvard University, October 1899. End of preface. Author's Preface of the Psychology of Religion by Edwin Diller Starbuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Author's Preface. In 1890, I read a paper before the Indiana College Association, which was the first crystallization of vague ideas which had been forming, that religion might be studied in the more careful ways we call scientific, with profit to both science and religion. This was elaborated still further on the basis of empirical data, in two lectures in 1894 and 1895, before the Harvard Religious Union. These were expanded later into two articles in the American Journal of Psychology, the first a study of conversion in January 1897, and the other some aspects of religious growth in October 1897. The interest shown in these articles, and the fact that the subject has since then been steadily growing, seem to warrant the presentation of the results in a more permanent and generally accessible form. In setting out to work in a relatively new field, there are, of course, many crudities and imperfections which will have to be sifted out as such studies continue. However, there is much, I trust, which will stand the test and form a nucleus for the prosecution of similar investigations along many kindred lines. I wish to acknowledge gratefully the service of those persons, several hundreds in number, who have furnished the raw material out of which these contents of this volume are formed. Being, as it is, a purely empirical study, it could not have risen at all without their cooperation, which to a surprising degree has been warmly given. I am sorry that it is not possible to give them credit individually for their part in the work, especially those who have been most active in obtaining the replies to the question lists, but there are too many for personal mention. I wish especially to acknowledge the active sympathy and encouragement of Dr. G. Stanley Hall, whose interest had already drawn him in this direction, and also that of President David Starr Jordan, whose recognition of the value of the application of scientific methods to the study of religion led him to give it a place in the curriculum of Stanford University, where it has had 2 years of peaceful growth. I regret having been unable in the presentation which follows to take into account sufficiently the work of other persons who are working on the same topics by different methods, philosophical, sociological, theological, and the like. To do so would partially have defeated the end in view, which is simply to make a faithful, inductive generalization. When several empirical studies are made, then it will be time enough to begin working out the kinship between them and synthesizing them. eds. End of author's preface. Chapter 1 of the Psychology of Religion by Edwin Diller Starbuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introduction. Science has conquered one field after another, until now it is entering the most complex, the most inaccessible, and, of all, the most sacred domain, that of religion. The psychology of religion has for its work to carry the well-established methods of science into the analysis and organization of the facts of the religious consciousness, and to ascertain the laws which determine its growth and character. It will be a source of delight to many persons and of regret to others that the attempt is at last made to study the facts of religion by scientific methods. Those who believe that law reigns not only in the physical world but in the mental and spiritual, in other words, that we live in a lawful universe, and who believe, furthermore, that we are helped in becoming lawful creatures by comprehending the order that reigns, will hail this new development with gladness. Those, on the other hand, who hold conceptions which separate sharply the spiritual realm from the mundane, who acknowledge law and the consequent validity of science in the one, but set the other under the control of voluntary and arbitrary decrees, will look on a scientific study of religion with distrust and suspicion. In fact, during the years that these studies in psychology of religion have been in progress, the warning has often been given in good faith that we are entering upon a hopeless quest. The ways of God, it is said, are beyond human comprehension. The wind bloweth where it listeth, and thou hearest the sound thereof. But canst thou tell whence it cometh, or whither it goeth? So is every one that is born of the Spirit, is the oft repeated quotation. Now, it is not the purpose of this chapter to answer objections to the scientific study of religion or to justify it, a thing which may safely be left to time, but to help the patient student of the pages which follow to reap what good they may contain by falling in line with their point of view. Let us understand each other in the beginning. We proceed on the assumption that this is a lawful universe, that there is no fraction of any part of it which is not entirely determined and conditioned by orderly consequence, that the laws which determine every event, no matter how mysterious, are ascertainable and thinkable, provided we have time, patience, and wisdom enough to unravel them. The growth of science has been a growth of recognition of law. A little while ago comets and meteors were the heralds of good or ill to man. Historical events were the consequence of juxtaposition of planets or flights of birds. Sickness, misfortune, and death were visitations of divine displeasure, and science under such conditions was impossible. Now, in the physical world, caprice and chance have been eliminated. All things follow an irresistible sequence of cause and effect. When a new and strange fact of nature occurs, we are not satisfied to regard it as a stroke of magic or an arbitrary decree of providence. If a new reaction appears in the test tube, or we get evidence of the existence of X-rays, we ask immediately what new laws or nature are shown here. How do these new phenomena fit into the old? Law reigns everywhere. The meteorologist is even studying the wind, and with some degree of success is finding whence it comes and whither it goes. Nor do we limit our generalization to the facts of the physical world, but assume that in the mental life also there are laws as dominant and unchangeable, although these are of different character and are peculiar to their own sphere. It has been one of the greatest triumphs of modern times to bring under investigation by empirical methods the processes of human consciousness. The student in the psychological laboratory meets with as great orderliness and sequence among the facts of emotion or memory or reasoning as the physicist in his laboratory. Even the various types of insanity are usually traceable to natural causes, and they're recognizable as a result of exaggerated elements in the interplay of psychic forces, and not as manifestations of demoniacal possession as was once commonly believed. It is scarcely questioned at the present time that our mental processes follow an orderly sequence. We go one step further and affirm that there is no event in the spiritual life which does not occur in accordance with immutable laws. The study of religion is today where astronomy and chemistry were 4 centuries ago. The world has been taken away from the oracle, alchemist, astrologer, and petty gods, and given over to the control of law. Another 400 years may restore to law the soul of man, with all its hopes, aspirations, and yearnings. We shall be able more easily to put ourselves in the point of view of the psychology of religion by considering briefly its relation to 4 other lines of human interest. 1. Relation to sociological and history. There are 2 general lines of approach to an understanding of the growth of religion. We may study religion either in the race or in individuals. Our principal knowledge of its development up to the present has been through sociology and history, which give us glimpses of its beginnings, and of the influences which have shaped its growth from the earliest times to the present. The raw material for these researches is found in the institutions and customs of people. Typical instances of such studies are Tyler's Primitive Culture and Spencer's Sociology. Especially should the article of Dr. Daniels, The New Life, a Study of Regeneration, be mentioned in this connection, as it deals from a sociological standpoint with the same topic which occupies part 1 of this volume. We may turn, however, to the study of the religious instinct in individuals and discover there its roots and the law of consequence of its elements from childhood to maturity. This is the work of the psychology of religion. The problem is the same, whether studied in the individual or the race. The data in the two fields and the methods of interpretation are different. We may find at some time the same principles of growth in both. Discover, as is often at present assumed, that the individual passes through the same stages of religious development as the race, or that the race is but a long-lived individual. But that must be settled by scientific investigation, and not by philosophical speculation. 2. Relation of psychology. The psychology of religion and modern experimental psychology are closely related, both in method and subject matter. The method of both is inductive. In point of time, one of them represents the next to the last step in the growth of empiricism, the other the last. In subjecting the facts of nature to scientific treatment, it was a long step in advance when, recently, it was recognized that every thought or volition or emotion, every expression of consciousness, is an index of some law of life, and that the best way to understand the mental life is to view each of its manifestations as a fact of nature, and to study such expressions objectively. So marked has been the swing away from the rational introspective standpoint that no serious modern psychological work exists which does not at least take into account laboratory experimentation. Still, there has been one reserve which has not until lately been entered by the well-established methods of science, namely religion. It is an equally important step with that which marked the beginning of experimental psychology that now the whole range of human experience, including its most sacred realm, is thrown open to scientific investigation. We shall show in another connection that the psychology of religion employs the same methods as psychology proper, and shall make clear in the proper place that such means of approach are in the interest of the comprehension and assimilation of that which is the center and heart of life. These two departments of study are closely related, likewise in subject matter. There seems to be no reason longer to make a sharp distinction between those functionings of consciousness which may be termed religious, and those on the other hand which belong to the so-called mental life. Just as in the psychology proper the artificial walls have been shattered which separate intellectual, emotional, and volitional activities and all the faculties, and we have come to look upon each activity in the light of the whole consciousness, so we are discovering that the religious and secular aspects of the soul life constantly flow into each other, and that each helps in the interpretation of the other. We shall find that the data of religious experience are being illuminated at every point by the results of psychological psychology. The exact relation which we conceive to exist then between the psychology of religion and the psychology proper will depend on how inclusive the definition each becomes. If we should define religion broadly enough to include the whole of life, then the science of it becomes the whole of which psychology is a part. But if we consider psychology as the science which discusses the laws of all the psychic functionings whatever, and include within them reverence, dependence, worship, and the like, then the psychology of religion is a special branch of psychology. In a volume like this, which concerns itself very little with the definitions, it makes little difference which branch of study swallows up the other. Only this should be clear, that the two spheres of investigation are not only clearly separable, either in method or subject matter. 3. Relation to the philosophy of religion and theology. The psychology and the philosophy of religion have identical problems, but in this they differ widely that they approach the problems in different ways. The philosophy of religion and theology insist on seeing things in wholes. They resort to introspection, intuition, rational analysis, and definition. The psychology of religion sees it in the scattered facts of religious experience, in evidence that spiritual forces are at work. It believes that by viewing these facts objectively and minutely, they will constantly reflect new truth or new and larger aspects of the old. The one works at the finished end of knowledge, and is, to be sure, more artistic and self-contained. The other, active, energetic, grovels among details, but at the same time has larger faith, and hopes to come into the central life problems doubly enriched and illuminated. It is as if I wished to know more about a new and strange locality. I may sit at my tent door and reason out many things about it. I may infer many things truthfully in regard to the contour of the country, from the nature of the air currents, much about the nature of the soil and vegetation by watching what the stream carries past my door. Or I may set out and explore the locality, and gather information from 1,000 sources, and let my knowledge grow as the facts fall into numberless combinations and mutually interpret each other. Now if my knowledge of the country is really to increase, both things are necessary: to gather the data and to interpret them. The facts in themselves are voiceless and helpless. Their value lies simply in what I bring to them of my own subjective life. Just as truly is my thought life helpless unless it has the facts of experience to call it out and correct it. The business of psychology of religion is to bring together a systemized body of evidence which shall make it possible to comprehend new regions in the spiritual life of man, and to read old dogmas in larger and fresher terms. The condition in our present era is as if, in exploring the land, there were a division of labour, and one group of men busied themselves only in gathering data, while another was concerned only with the interpretation of them, and as if one band, the scientists, had almost lost acquaintance with their co-workers, the philosophers. The gap between them has become so great that the science often wanders aimlessly into new regions, or amuses itself by counting grains of sand, and philosophy, on its part, sits at ease and withers under a sense of finality and sufficiency. Such a divorce, which is a relatively modern one, may be likewise a necessary and permanent one. It may be unavoidable from the very nature of evolving consciousness that we must always turn to the objective aspect of experience, and then from that to the subjective interpretation of it. In other words, science and metaphysics may always exist side by side, but it will be a happy consummation if we come generally to recognize that each exists for the other. As surely as the theologian and philosopher become seized with a larger faith and push it out into new regions, and the psychologist remains alive to the infinite significance of his facts, we shall have no branch between the philosophy of religion and theology on the one hand, and the scientific study of religion on the other. 4. Relation to religion. Religion is a life, a deep-rooted instinct. It exists and continues to express itself whether we study it or not. Just as hunger and the desire for exercise still assert themselves whether or not one knows the condition underlying them, so will one's spiritual nature function and seek objects for its expression even if we are wholly ignorant intellectually of its nature. But it is in the interest of religion that it should not remain submerged in the sea of feeling, that in some degree it should be lifted up within the range of intellectual comprehension. Here is this life of the physical organism. It will continue to function, feed, grow, and maintain its rights, whether or not we understand its mechanism. Still, we do not hesitate to say that its interests are better conserved if we comprehend the laws of its parts. The physician who goes through the body with scalpel and microscope does a service to the living human being who rejoices in his strength and pulsing life. Psychology is to religion what the science of medicine is to health, or what the study of botany is to the appreciation of plants. The relation is the same as that of any science to its corresponding art. It is art coming to comprehend itself for its own betterment. The development of psychology of religion is another step in the growth of racial self-consciousness, which seems to be nature's way of self-improvement. Let us ask what religion may hope to gain by a study of its nature and laws. In the first place, psychology will contribute to religion by leading toward greater wisdom in religious education. There are several in this country, several thousand ministers who professedly devote their lives to the spiritual culture of those in their charge. There are several million parents whose highest desire is to meet wisely the moral and religious needs of their children at every step in their growth. There can be no doubt that the larger share of wisdom in such matters will come from the doing as our fathers have done, combined with a fine intuition which feels its way into the life that is hungering for wisdom. But it is each person's business to seek to add a little to the wisdom of the past. This can be done only through a more adequate comprehension of life by reading into it until its processes become transparent. I do not trust a physician to prescribe food or exercise to my child or to heal it unless I fully trust his knowledge of its anatomy and physiology. During all those years when he is dissecting human bodies or studying circulation or nerve anatomy in the laboratory, he is storing up information and gaining such an insight as will safely bridge over some crisis in the life of his patient. The time is almost past when we entrust our children in school to a teacher who does not know something of psychology. It is a mere platitude to say that the skilled mechanic must know the laws of the stress of steel or the pressure of steam, that the electrician must understand the materials he is dealing with, that the teacher must share the knowledge of the psychologist as to the laws of the conscious life. It will become likewise a commonplace to say that a religious teacher cannot stand between a hungering soul and its future self, or between men and God, who does not know something of the laws of spiritual evolution, who does not know at every step something where the life is, whether it is tending, and the means by which it is to attain its end. That the soul be no longer left to drift aimlessly and to select chance objects for its expression, or remain without an object, is partially to be the work of psychology or religion. Psychology will contribute to religion also by increasing our power of appreciation of spiritual things. Religion, in part, is, in the language of Professor Royce, concerned with the world of subjective apprehension, or, as Dr. Parlson puts it, it deals with values. But the world of appreciation is never open to him who has not found doors opening up into it. I may look upon flowers in a purely objective way, but if I find some road leading into the life of the plant, there is awakened a subjective response to it. To Peter Bell, a primrose by the river's brim, a yellow primrose was to him, and it was nothing more. But when Peter Bell brought an awakened consciousness to the primrose, it opened up its life to him. The botanist who knows most of the structure and growth of plants, provided he does not become buried in his technique, is the one who gets the fullest inkling, in contemplating the flower of what God and man is. Even if he loses himself for the time, he is turning out a body of knowledge which blazes a path by which those who follow may enter a larger world of appreciation. He has made a worthy sacrifice for the future. The painter who has seen farthest into the laws of color blending, massing, and perspective is the one, other things being equal, whose feelings respond most warmly to a landscape, or who feels most intensely from within a great work of art. In the same way, religion must be entered. Most of it will always remain below the threshold of clear ideas, in the sphere of feeling, but to lift it above superstition, to dwell vitally within it, to make it a sure, lasting, growing possession of mankind, it must have 1,000 thought paths leading into its holy of holies. The mystic, or ardent religionist, seeks to throw himself straight into the heart of truth. He can carry up into it, however, only such illumination as his mental life gives him power to apperceive. One would doubt that the experience of a child of 4, say, who shut his eyes to the world and sank back into religious quietism, were rich in spiritual content. Science is willing to work and wait, even to turn its back on the larger outlook of truth in order to find it more largely. The feeling comes to many as if there were a hemming more and more closely of the range of that which escapes the artificial formulation of science, that the message of the poet and artist and religionist is threatened with extinction. Where is there room for beauty or for God in a world whose parts are all labelled and all whose workings are understood? Such a feeling grows out of a mistaken notion of what science can do. Science really gives a final explanation of nothing whatever. All it can do is to bring a little coherency and constancy into the midst of that which is constantly flowing, to explore a little into the ever enlarging region of the unknown. In applying the methods of science to the study of religion, most of it will always remain out of our grasp. We shall have to content ourselves by working around the outskirts, making an inroad here and there, feeling our way where clear paths fail, until we are able to say of the religious sense, as of every other field we try to explore, we understand it, because there are bits of it which satisfy the demands of our intelligence sufficiently to give the feeling of knowledge by producing steadfastness in our emotional attitudes. I say I understand the constitution of water, because I know it's composed of hydrogen and oxygen in certain proportions, and because I know how it acts and how it is acted upon in its manifold relationships. But if I stop to question it, I know nothing of hydrogen and oxygen, nor of any one of the numerous properties of water, and in its ultimate analysis, the fact of the existence of water is as great a mystery as that a soul should be turned from death unto life. The end of our study is not to resolve the mystery of religion, but to bring enough of it into orderliness that its facts may appeal to our understanding. The method. The question arises, in what way is it possible to produce order in a field of consciousness as complex and organic as that of religion? Is it possible to analyze and organize the data so that the results may have some degree of scientific exactness and accordingly furnish some solid ground on which to build? The method will necessarily be determined by the problem in hand and the character of the data used. The present volume is an excursus into individual psychology and represents only one of several aspects of the psychology of religion now being pursued. It is a purely empirical study into the line of growth in religion in individuals, and an inquiry into the causes and conditions which determine it. It begins with conversion, since that seems to show in a condensed form some of the essential features of religious development. Then follows a discussion of the line of growth following conversion. Part 2 is a presentation of the line of growth where not marked by apparently sudden changes of character. The material for the study consists largely of autobiographies written in response to a printed list of questions. The task before us is to take the varying records and find what are the common elements in them, to get a composite picture of them, to discover what are the largest aspects of religious evolution in masses of people, and to approach an insight into those laws of growth which, for the group studied, seem natural and normal. The difficulties in the way of rendering such studies of scientific value are numerous and very great. Most persons have little power of introspection. Memory of past events is imperfect. At best, the descriptions of subjective events are poor accounts of what has happened, or what now exists. The personal equation of the student is certain to enter into the results. The difficulties of analysis where facts are so complex confront one. In short, one has all the difficulties which have to be overcome in the exacter sciences. There are precisely the same obstacles, no fewer and no more numerous than those in other sciences, but in a more exaggerated form. Any value the following pages may have is the result, in part, of perfecting a method after much loss of time, for giving massed results, and at the same time reducing the sources of error in the organization of the raw material, in order that the reader may the better grasp the meaning of the discussions which follow, and also judge their scientific value. We shall consider briefly the various steps in the method pursued. 1. In the material for the study, the printed question lists so much in the use since the early work of Darwin and Galton were employed. The questions were framed so as to call out experiences of a certain general character, and at the same time to avoid as far as possible biasing the replies. So far did they meet the condition that rarely were the answers written categorically in reply to the special list of questions. The idea that if the mind of the respondent were awakened along the desired line, what came forth spontaneously would be the most vital and essential elements of his experience. Care was also taken to call out actual facts of experience, and not opinions about certain ideas or doctrines, on the ground that the interpretation of actual experiences would bring us nearer the operation of life forces than a study of massed opinions. The attempt was made to have the material as representative as possible in regard to sex, age, church connection, and vocation. Of course, the questions were unavoidably selective in certain ways. For example, those responded more readily who were more favorably disposed towards the study of religion, and those also who had now, or at some time had an actively religious experience. In interpreting results, we are constantly to take into account the limits within which the inductions are valid. They are true of a specialized class, chiefly Protestant, American members of professed Christian communities. They are not necessarily true for savages or statesmen or Catholics or persons living in a different historical epoch. We shall have constantly to correct our conclusions by studying separately more special classes in regard to church, vocation, etc., and to widen them by gathering data from new sources. It seemed best in mapping out a relatively unorganized field not to discriminate too closely the class of persons or nature of the experiences which were considered together. If we can get a few general bearings at first, it may guide us in future work. Since these studies were organized, the same methods have been carried out in several different directions. 2. The next step was the analysis of the records to be used. Many hours and sometimes several days were devoted to studying a single record, for the purpose of seeing each part of it in all its possible bearings, and in what seemed to be its true context. In case of meanings too obscure or accounts too imperfect, the respondent was plied with further questions. The source of error from biased interpretations is, at best, very great, and can be reduced only by other persons analyzing and interpreting the same or similar records. The purpose in this step was to arrive at the same insight into the growth of the religious life of each individual, as it were, to be used alone as a study in the psychology of religion. 3. But since the end in view is to find what principles in the growth of religion are true for people in general, it was necessary to devise a plan by which the like and unlike elements in the different records could be brought into relation. The means finally employed was to use enormous, specially ruled charts, which were folded into books for convenience in handling. The charts were ruled horizontally, and also into vertical columns, without any prepossessions, and without wanting to find any particular fact. The first case was scattered along horizontally through the chart. The second one was sown along in the same way, but care was taken to bring similar facts under each other. As the cases multiplied, they began to form vertical columns of like or contradictory facts. The columns fell gradually into groups of columns, and new ones were constantly forming. Several times the whole thing had to be started afresh to approximate the new groupings. Something approaching a permanent form was reached, but vacant columns were kept to catch new items. Each biography was thus rewritten, except in cases where condensations could be safely made. Apparently insignificant events were preserved in the individual cases. These sometimes fell away as being really valueless, but frequently they proved common to many persons, and full of significance. The picture was thus constantly shifting, by one column dividing into two or three melting into one, old ones disappearing and new ones forming. In each study there were finally about 50 vertical columns, each ready to supplement the others. The advantage of the charts lay in the fact that the individual cases were kept intact, and also that relations could readily be ascertained between the various columns. In many ways, The use of the charts was found to assist in lessening the personal equation. By their help it was possible to view the fact of experience more objectively, and thus to allow them to speak for themselves. In this way, too, opinions and presuppositions were reduced to a minimum. 4. After analysis and classification came generalization. What do the records show when viewed collectively? What are their common elements? What the conditions determining their divergence? What life forces do they reflect? The mass results can be shown, in part, by summarizing distinctive features and expressing them in percentages of all the cases, by comparisons of the columns, and by quotations. This step is like making a composite picture of several individual ones, or like getting a bird's eye view of a landscape. Experiences vary. In the comparative study, we come to understand the causes and conditions underlying their variation. In many respects, they harmonize and reveal some of the larger tendencies in human development. The similarities and differences furnish larger insights into life than can come from individual experiences. Only by the study of many outcrops of rock is the geologist able to picture the strata beneath the surface. Human experiences are partial revelations of the infinite life. A collective view of the minute facts of personal life shows laws and processes and tendencies of growth, and deepens by a little our comprehension of the religious consciousness. 5. Lastly, the principles shown in the massed results were interpreted in their larger bearings. There are two general lines of interpretation. The first is that anticipated in the last paragraph, which involves the explanation of one set of religious phenomena by another set in the same general group of data. It is concerned with setting forth the interrelation of the facts within their own sphere. For example, can I explain the feelings which attend the critical moment of conversion as a direct consequence of those which precede, or adolescent doubt as conditioned by certain aspects of childhood training? The second line of interpretation asks what the facts mean as viewed in the light of other sciences. What relation do they bear to the facts set forth in sociology, history, biology, or psychology? The inquiry then becomes, in regard to the feelings which attend conversion, have they a possible explanation in the facts of the physiology of circulation, or in the psychology of temperament? And in regard to adolescent doubt, I may raise the question as to its connection with primitive social customs or the biological events of attaining physical maturity. Such interpretations are largely an individual matter, and depend upon what the student brings to the facts in hand. For the sociologist or historian or pathologist, the same data will fill entirely different gaps in our knowledge. The interpretations in this volume are professedly chiefly on the psychophysiological side. Provided the personal equation has not been too great in organizing the religious experiences, the results will furnish material for other classes of students. To sum up our discussion, the psychology of religion is a purely inductive study into the phenomena of religion as shown in individual experience. It differs from the methods heretofore employed in viewing its facts more objectively. It is closely related to the experimental psychology in historical development, subject matter, and method. The end in view is not to classify and define the phenomena of religion, but to see into the laws and processes at work in the spiritual life. The fundamental assumption is that religion is a real fact of human experience, and develops according to law. Although these laws are peculiar to their own sphere, and need not harmonize readily with those of physics, chemistry, and the like, nevertheless the facts have an order which, given wisdom enough, may be ascertained. The service of psychology to practical religion is to make possible a harvest of wiser means in moral and religious culture, and also to lift religion sufficiently out of the domain of feeling to make it appeal to the understanding, so that it may become possible, progressively, to appreciate its truth and apperceive its essential elements. End of chapter 1. Part 1 of The Psychology of Religion by Edwin Diller Starbuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Conversion. Chapter 2, Sources of the Study of Conversion. Throughout Christianity, from the preaching of John the Baptist down to the modern revival meeting, a marked event in the spiritual life, commonly called conversion, has been recognized. In the Greek, Roman Catholic, English, Lutheran, and some other churches, it has been a correspondence in confirmation. Conversion is characterized by more or less sudden changes of character from evil to goodness, from sinfulness to righteousness, and from indifference to spiritual insight and activity. The term conversion is used in this study in a very general way to stand for the whole series of manifestations just preceding, accompanying, and immediately following the apparently sudden changes of character involved. Such a bulging use of this term and others in the volume will be disappointing to those who demand nicety of definition. It is better, however, in exploring a relatively unorganized field, to avoid letting fitness of definition outstrip adequacy of knowledge. Our attempt shall be to get at the mental and spiritual processes at work during conversion, rather than to establish any doctrines. We have before us a purely inductive investigation, to take the bare records of this class of experiences, without a thesis to be proven or anything to guide us but the axiom of scientific criticism, to compare them, to derive what conclusions seem forthcoming, and to view these in the light of modern psychology. The raw material for our study consists principally in autobiographies written in response to personal solicitation. Autobiographies and books were usually disappointing, and the plan of gathering them from that source, for reasons which are steadily seen, largely abandoned. For the most part they are too meagre, and are given too objectively to be rich in psychological material. Many of them, especially those in old New England history, are written to produce a religious effect, so that the facts are doubtless out of perspective. Most of them are old and represent corresponding events in human life, to be sure, but under different historical conditions. It is important, furthermore, that the records, in order to be comparable, should be written under somewhat similar circumstances as regards questions, questioner, and purpose. The attempt has been made to bring together data which are sufficiently homogeneous in point of time, place, and circumstance, fitly to lend themselves to comparative study. Two methods have been employed in securing the facts. One was to question and cross-question the respondent in person and record the evidence as it was given. Usually this plan was not feasible. A larger number of biographies were secured by the other method, which was to obtain responses to the following list of questions. 1. What religious customs did you observe in childhood, and with what likes and dislikes? In what ways were you brought to conditioned to need an awakening? Faulty teachings, bad associations, appetites, passions, etc. What were the chief temptations of your youth? How were they felt, and how did you strive to resist? What errors and struggles have you had with A. Lying and other dishonesty, B. Wrong appetites for foods and drinks, C. Vitae sexualis? What relation have you noticed between this and moral and religious experiences? D. Laziness, selfishness, jealousy, etc. 2. What force and motive led you to seek a higher and better life? Fears, regrets, remorse, conviction for sin, example of others, influence of friends and surroundings, changes in belief or ideals, deliberate choice, external pressure, wish for approval of others, sense of duty, feeling of love, spontaneous awakening, divine impulse, etc. Which of these or other causes were most marked and which were present at all? 3. Circumstances and experiences preceding conversion. Any sense of depression, smothering, fainting, loss of sleep and appetite, pensiveness, occupation disturbed, feeling of helplessness, prayer, calling for aid, estrangement from God, etc. How long did it continue? Was there a tendency to resist conviction? How was it shown? 4. How did relief come? Was it attended by unnatural sights, sounds, or feelings? In what did the change consist? Breaking pride, public confession, seeking the approval of others, feeling God's forgiveness, sudden awakening to some great truth, etc.? How sudden was the awakening? Did the change come through or in spite of your own thought, deliberation, and choice? What part of it was supernatural or miraculous? 5. Feelings and experiences after the crisis. Sense of bodily lightness, weeping, laughing, joy, sorrow, disappointment, signs of divine pleasure or displeasure, etc. How differently did you feel towards persons, nature, ideas, God, etc.? Did you have unfulfilled expectations or disappointments? 6. What changes did you find that conversion had worked out in your life? Changes in health, habits, motives, conduct, and in your general intellectual and emotional attitude? Did you undertake any private religious acts as Bible reading, meditation, acts of self-sacrifice, prayer, etc.? 7. Were there any relapses from the first experience? Were they permanent or temporary? Any persistent doubts? What difficulties from habits, pride, ridicule, or opposition of others, etc.? Had you, and what methods did you adopt? Do you still have struggles in your nature? Does that indicate that the change was not complete? How have you, and how will you overcome them? What needed helps, if any, were wanting at any time? 8. Did you always find it easy to follow the new life and to fit into its customs and requirements? If not, how did you succeed? By habit, pressure, and encouragement of friends, a new determination, a sudden fresh awakening, etc.? 9. A state of few bottom truths embodying your own deepest feelings. What would you now be and do if you realized all your own ideals of the higher life? 10. What texts, hymns, sermons, deaths, places, and objects were connected with your deepest impressions? If your awakening came in revival meeting, give the circumstances and the methods used. What do you think of revivals? 11. If you have passed through a series of beliefs and attitudes, mark out the stages of growth and what you feel now to be the trend of your life. The effort was made that the replies should be not only fairly homogeneous, as indicated above, but also representative. In example, that they should give a true picture of conversion in modern Christian communities. Accordingly, persons available were solicited without reference to profession, educational advantages, social standing, or church connection. No special aspect of conversion was sought for. The more quiet and unemotional experiences were taken along with the sudden and violent. The only test was that the person believed that the event represented a real turning point or the beginning of a new life. The number of cases finally brought together, which were complete enough to use, was 192. Of these, 120 were females and 72 males. The personnel of the respondents is as follows. The church connection was not always given. Almost all, however, are Protestants, with the Methodists somewhat better represented than the other denominations. The rest were about equally divided among the congregation: Baptist, Presbyterian, Christian, and Friends churches. At least 8 were Episcopalians. By far the majority were Americans. Besides these, there were 12 English, 3 Canadians, 3 Negroes, 2 Germans, 2 Japanese, and 1 Hawaiian. The numbers were well distributed among the vocations, although the ministers and the student class were slightly in excess, as they were more accessible. In short, we may say, whatever conception of conversion we arrive at in our study will apply especially to Protestants of America, and the question will remain an open one whether the phenomena is the same under other circumstances and among other peoples. In regard to the environment under which the conversion occurred, only 1/2 of the females and 1/3 of the males were immediately in connection with revival influences. In a few of the cases, the real change took place at home after attending revival, and may be regarded as under the direct influence of the evangelical surroundings. A small number of males and about 1/4 of the females were converted at regular church service or prayer meeting or confirmation. About 1/5 of the entire number of conversions, more frequently those of the males, have taken place independently of any immediate external influence. This last fact seems to show that conversion is a phenomenon natural to religious growth. The number of cases used in Chapter 3 in studying the age of conversion is 1,265, of whom 254 were females and 1,011 males. When interesting features in regard to the age distribution of conversions began to appear, and also some connections between the spiritual events and certain physiological changes, the following question list was sent out in order to determine whether the correspondences were accidental or indicative of some law. 1. Age of conversion. 2. Age of most rapid bodily growth. 3. Age of accession to puberty. 4. Health. A. Before conversion. B. At time of conversion. C. After conversion. 5. Conversion occurred at A. Camp meeting. B. Revival. C. Regular church service. D. At home or alone. 6. Was the effect permanent? 7. If there was a relapse, A. How soon after conversion? B. How long did it continue? 8. Present age. 9. Sex. 10. Church. 11. Vocation. 12. Nationality. 13. Resident of what state? Several precautions were taken that the statistics should be fair. An example, that they should represent various vocations, churches, and localities. The ideal conditions for such a study, of course, would be to find a perfectly representative county, city, or locality and study all the persons in it. Something approaching such conditions in this particular instance was found in cases of both sexes. The question lists were distributed at 2 conventions in California of the Women's Christian Temperance Union, and the persons present were asked to fill them out before leaving the room, and to indicate in each instance whether the answers were exact or only approximate. The replies were practically indifferent as to church connection, although the Methodists were somewhat in preponderance. For records from males, 2 regiments of soldiers, the Iowa and Tennessee, stationed in San Francisco, were canvassed. With assistance of the officers, the boys were taken tent by tent and were cross-questioned to determine the accuracy of their memory of the dates asked for. The canvass was continued until it appeared, from separating the replies into groups so that each group might be a check on the others, that they were all going one way. A few records were gathered at a Methodist conference at Santa Barbara, California. The majority of the records of the mere age of conversions of males, 776 cases, were obtained from the alumni record of the Drew Theological Seminary, Methodist. The statistics from Methodists are used separately where the conditions demand it. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Psychology of Religion by Edwin Diller Starbuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, The Age of Conversion. Conversion does not occur with the same frequency at all periods in life. It belongs almost exclusively to the years between 10 and 25. The number of instances outside that range appear few and scattered. That is, conversion is a distinctively adolescent phenomena. It is a singular fact also that within this period the conversions do not distribute themselves equally among the years. In the rough, we may say that they begin to occur at 7 or 8 years, and increase in number gradually to 10 or 11, and then rapidly to 16, rapidly decline to 20, and gradually fall away after that, and become rare after 30. One may say that if conversion has not occurred before 20, the chances are small that it will ever be experienced. But our reading is yet too rough. Within adolescence, it appears that such awakenings are much more likely to take place at some years than at others, and the preference of years varies greatly with sex. The event comes earlier in general among the females than among the males, most frequently at 13 and 16. Among the males it occurs most often at 17, and immediately before and after that year. It will facilitate our understanding of the law of distribution of conversions if we represent graphically the frequency in different years. This is shown in Figure 1. In the figure, distance to the right shows increase in age, and distance upward represents the number of conversions which occur in each year. The point that interests us is in the variation within the curves. Since nearly all the respondents were above 20 years of age at the time of making the record, the probability is the same that a given conversion would fall in any year up to 20. If all the cases follow the law of probability, the curve then would be a straight line parallel to the base. But the dice seem to be loaded. That is, there seem to be determining elements that make the numbers accumulate in certain years. The value of the curves, consequently, lies in their irregularity. The number of cases plotted in the figure is 254 females and 235 males. This is a number which may be regarded as fairly representative in regard to denomination. It omits from the 1,265 cases the 776 male Methodists of the Drew Theological Alumni. In order that the curves for females and males might be compared with each other, and at the same time preserve their peculiarities, they were both reduced to the same scale, for which the basis of 300 was arbitrarily chosen. There are certain peculiarities of the curves which deserve special attention. Curve F for females virtually begins at 10 and arises suddenly and rapidly to 13, falls abruptly to 15, culminates at 16, at which year alone occur 40 of the 300 cases. There is a drop again at 17, a rise at 18, and then a gradual decline in the 20s. The three peaks at 13, 16, and 18 are worthy of notice. Curve M for males really begins at 9. It rises irregularly to 12, drops at 13, rises suddenly to 16, where it culminates, falls slowly to 19, and then rapidly into the 20s. There are here also three peaks at 12, 16, and 19. In comparing the two curves, we should notice that the center of gravity of F is earlier than that of M, that each has three peaks, that the first and third peaks contradict each other in the two curves. An example, if we turn one curve on the 16-year line as an axis, it will practically coincide with the other, although it should be noticed that the enlargement at 13 is larger than the middle peak in curve F. It will become evident later that the main features of the curves are, perhaps, more than accidental. Now, if we plot the curve for the 776 cases of conversions from the Drew Theological Alumni record, we shall have another approximation of the law of distribution of conversions for males. Curve ME in Figure 2 is the curve their ages form. It is based on enough cases to make it good for Methodist theological students. It may not be entirely representative of the sex, as it is the record of persons presumably of a specific kind of early training, and also of persons afterwards theologically inclined. The youngest graduates from the seminary were 20 years of age. Only a very few were below 25. Nearly all were between 25 and 40, with the prevailing age centering about 30. The probability is the same that a given conversion should occur in any year up to 20, so that the curve is reliable up to that year, and pretty good as far as it goes. For the purpose of comparing this with the more general group of males, curve M of Figure 1 is reduced to the same scale as that of ME, 800 being chosen as the common basis, and is shown in M of Figure 2. We see at a glance that the two curves have considerable likeness. They both have three bulges at 12 and 16 in a latter year. The third bulge in ME is later than that in M, and the one at 12 is more prominent with the Methodists. The average age of the two groups happens to be exactly the same, 16.4 years. The larger number at 12 in ME offset the later ones in the third enlargement. I am inclined to think now, in revising and rewriting the study, that both features are to be explained by the same circumstance, namely the greater tendency of the Methodists to look on conversion as a definite and necessary step in religious growth. The ideal meets a readier response, perhaps in the earlier impressionable years, and a postponement in the latter years until it can be fully realized. Although ME represents a special group of persons, it furnishes the valuable suggestion that the peculiarities of the general curve for males are not due to chance. Before looking for the causes underlying the variations in the curves, let us assure ourselves still further, if possible, that the irregularities are not accidental. We may do this by separating all the cases into various groups, as determined by the character of the respondents, or the circumstances under which the statistics were gathered, and seeing what groups separately show. Insofar as there is uniformity in the various groups which compose the general curves, the evidence is heightened that their character is determined by certain laws of growth and not by chance coincidences. In Table 1, the cases are thrown into several indicated groups. The rows of figures show the number of conversions in the various groups occurring each year, from 9 to 25, inclusive. The larger numbers in each group are in bold type to assist the eye in gathering up the general significance of the figures. It is evident at a glance that there is remarkable similarity in the different groups. With only one exception, the female groups show the two peaks at about 13 and 16, and that one instance is hardly an exception. There is some evidence also of the third rise in the curves. The harmony in the groups of males is no less striking. There is one bare exception to the culmination of the curves at about 16. There is generally a rise at about 12, and some indication of a third rise at 18 or 19. We may safely lay it down as law, then, that among the females are two tidal waves of religious awakening at about 13 and 16, followed by a less significant period at 18, while among the males the great wave is at about 16, preceded by a wavelet at 12, and followed by a surging up at 18 or 19. The slight variations from this rule may be accidental or may be due in some instances to conditions which are determinable. It is of interest to notice that among females the larger number of revival conversions come earlier than those not at revival, preceding them on average by 1.9 years. There is a corresponding difference of 0.5 years among males. This may be due to the hastening influence of revival methods. Among the males also there is a singular relation between groups 11 and 12. The numbers of conversions among other churches than Methodists are nearly the same number as for Methodists, except that they fall 1 year later. It is doubtless a chance occurrence that so many of the numbers are exactly the same, but the general sequence is significant. In seeking the conditions which determine the distribution of conversions, we shall consider them under two general heads, viz., psychological reasons and physiological reasons. 1. Psychological reasons. If we ask, in the first place, why conversions are confined almost wholly to the years between 9 or 10 and 20, we find an answer in the nature of mental development why it should not fall far from these limits. The child of very early years is impressionable, to be sure, but before it can attain spiritual insight, it must have a certain degree of mental grasp, some capacity to see in abstract terms, and an ability to feel deeply. The years at which conversions really begin, 9 or 10 for boys and 11 for girls, coincide fairly with the years at which Dr. Hancock, in his experimental tests, found a sudden increment in children's ability to reason. After this, the reasoning power develops rapidly, but intermittently on into the teens. Dr. J.W. Davids reports, as the result of experiments on the contents of children's minds, an increment in the mental life at about 11. Although the same mental processes are not involved in reasoning and in religious awakenings, Dr. Hancock tests probably indicate mental capacity, which is a necessary condition for attaining spiritual insight. The point with which we are here concerned is that they, together with other tests which we shall notice, help to mark off a somewhat natural prior limit of conversions. In regard to the later limit, we must be sure first that the relative absence of conversions after 20 is not due simply to the fact that the respondents were young, and that so the possibility was cut off of the numbers falling later. If we take only the females and select those over 40 at the time of making the record, we shall have a reliable curve up to that year. There are 122 cases over 40. Of these, 105 were converted between 5 and 23, and only 17 between 23 and 40. After youth is past, the person is supposed to have a point of view of his or her own. One's habits of thought and activity are more firmly set. There is less susceptibility to new impressions. There may be just as great receptivity, but new things are seen in terms of the old. An entirely new revelation or sudden change of character becomes relatively more and more impossible. That is, there is a normal period somewhere between the innocence of childhood and the fixed habits of maturity, while the person is yet impressionable and has already capacity for spiritual insight, when conversions most frequently occur. Some of the results of experiments and tests on children help us to understand the variations in the curves. In connection with the rise in the curve for males at 12 may be cited the research of Dr. Lindley on the puzzle interest of children. This interest culminates sharply at 12 years and declines rapidly after that. In her study of the historic sense among children, Mrs. Mary Sheldon Barnes finds that the ability of boys to make proper inferences from an historical incident increases rapidly at 12, falls at 13, and rises again at 14, thus following very closely the variations in the curves before us. A research, as yet unpublished by two of my students, on children's ability to make an abstract interpretation of a picture after seeing it for a short interval, shows likewise for boys a definite improvement at 12, another still greater at 14, but a decided falling off at 13. Expressed graphically, the three curves, proper inference, abstract interpretation, and conversion, run nearly exactly parallel from 11 to 15. The peculiarities of the conversion curve thus appear to be more than a chance occurrence, and to correspond to nascent periods and periods of retardation in mental ability. The fact that the first peak in the curve for girls is heavier than that for boys is explained in part, perhaps, by the greater precocity of the former. There is usually a difference of about 2 years recognized in the maturity of the two sexes at this age. The same process of development, begun at 12 and 13, is intensified a little later, during the early years of adolescence, at the time of the principal peaks in the curves. In his experiments on school children, Dr. Gilbert finds the great period of sense development to be during the years from early childhood up to 10 or 12. But after that, the sensory elements in consciousness, the eye, the ear, muscle sense, etc., are relatively at a standstill in their development, and in some instances actually fall off in early adolescence. On the other hand, he finds that the time needed for making a mental discrimination, a more distinctly psychic act, improves during these same years. Memory for the length of a tone and the force of suggestion are relatively large at 14. The period of decline in the conversion curves and fall away decidedly at 16, which indicates perhaps that at this later time life is turning away from sensation and developing rapidly on the subjective side. The fact that there is a break at about 14 in school life between the grammar and high schools is a crystallized recognition that children are entering on a new phase of life, which is seen in view of the new studies taken up in the high school, to be marked by the birth of rational insight and the power of aesthetic appreciation. The first two rises in the curves for conversion seem then, from the psychological standpoint, to correspond to the decline of the sensory elements in consciousness and the birth of rational insight. 2. Psychological reasons. It has long been recognized that the beginning of adolescence is a period of rapid physiological transformations. The voice changes, the beard sprouts, the proportions of the head are altered, the volume of the heart increases, that of the arteries diminishes, the blood pressure is heightened, and central among the changes are those in the reproductive system, which make the child into the man or woman. The amount of carbonic acid in the breath is greatly increased at this period, showing the increment in the processes which tear down and build up the system. Both boys and girls increase faster in height and weight than at any other time in life. These marked transformations come within the same general period as most frequent conversions. We shall inquire what is the probable relation between them. If we turn to the results of the measurements of the height and weight of children, we find a close connection between these two aspects of growth and the heaviest peaks in the conversion curves. Those at 13 for females and 16 for males. In Figure 3 are shown the curves for the average American boy and girl, adapted from Dr. Burke's summary of all the American statistics up to date. Girls increase in weight rapidly from 10 or 11 up to 13, after which the acceleration diminishes. The acceleration and decline in the curve for height are at the same years. If we compare this weight curve with Figure 1, we find curve F in both figures to coincide almost exactly from 9 to 15. The similarity is great enough to suggest some mutual dependence. The boys have a sudden acceleration in both weight and height at 10, which is the year when conversions really begin. The rapid increase in weight from 13 to 16 and the decline after that are again strikingly similar in the curve for boys in both figures. The two enlargements at 13 and 16 in the conversion curves, which correspond to increments in bodily growth, are the bulkiest parts of the curves. The similarity suggests the law which we shall hold tentatively, that during the period of most rapid bodily growth is the time when conversion is most likely to occur. These two phenomena are probably not causally connected in any way. A possible examination of the correspondence we shall hold in reserve. There yet remain the two other peaks in each of the conversion curves, which must be explained, if at all, by other facts. Let us inquire in the next place if there is some ascertainable relation between the ascension to puberty and the age of conversions. There are as yet few data on the age of puberty in males. The normal age, as usually given in medical literature, is about 2 years later than that for females. There are ample statistics for the age of puberty among females. It differs much according to climate and social condition. Selecting the data from Americans as most applicable to the problem in hand, we have among 575 cases reported by Roberts, the average age as determined by the first menses, 14.8. The year of greatest frequency is 14. The cases are distributed from 10 to 20 years inclusive, according to the following series: 1, 5, 9, 18, 25, 20, 14, 3, 3, 1, and 1. Dr. Helen Kennedy reports 125 cases of American girls, among whom the average age of puberty is 13.7 years. These two groups are perhaps fairly representative. If they are typical, they suggest that the ages of most frequent conversions, viz. 13 and 16, come just before and just after the year of most frequent accession to puberty. When some such connection began to be suggested for females, I went to work with a small question list on page 26 in order to discover what the relation is in the same person between conversions, puberty, and most rapid bodily growth. The respondents were asked to mark all ages approximate, if they had not some clue by which they were fairly certain of the dates. The doubtful ones are omitted in the following comparisons. There were finally brought together 119 cases of females and 96 of males, in which the persons reported the ages of both conversion and puberty. The distribution according to years is shown in Table 2. Among the females, the years of greatest frequency of conversion are, as in other groups of cases, 13 and 16, while accession to puberty is most frequent at an intervening year, 14. Among males, the number of conversion culminates at 17, while that of accession to puberty culminates at 14, and singularly thickens up again at 18, the year following the greatest number of conversions. That is, we have the interesting result that conversion and puberty tend to supplement each other in time rather than to coincide. In this bearing, just the opposite relation to that of conversion and bodily growth. Although the number of cases is small, there were several checks of the reliability of the conclusions. In the first place, the distribution of the conversion cases is very similar to that shown in the general curves of Figure 1. In the second place, the average age of puberty in these females is 13.8, and the year of greatest frequency is 14, and this coincides with other sets of statistics on puberty. Again, the females are separated into three groups, as determined by three different sources of statistics, and each of the groups showed the supplemental relation of puberty and conversion. The statistics from the two regiments of soldiers were kept separate, and both showed the same results, except that the marked increase in the number of accessions to puberty at 18 was not so noticeable among the Iowa boys as among those from Tennessee. The results are practically identical, likewise, if we include the number of instances in which the years were marked approximate. On the whole, the law expressed above seems entirely reliable. If we turn from the question of the years of greatest frequency of conversion, puberty, and bodily growth to consideration of their relation in individual instances, we get a further glimpse into the operation of the law we have just noticed. In the same individual, as well as in groups of individuals, conversion and puberty tend to come at different years. It is also true that although conversion and bodily growth tend to coincide in their years of greatest frequency, Still, within this general range of years, there is a tendency in the same person for conversion to dodge the years of most rapid physical development. This is shown in tables 3 and 4 following. We see that the number of instances is small, 16 females and 9 males, in which conversion comes the same year as puberty. This is not so striking in view of the large number of chances that they should come in different years, but the case is stronger in table 4, when we consider that most rapid bodily growth was generally given as extending over a number of years, and the chances were much greater that conversion would fall within this given range. Still, we find only 16 cases of females and 20 of males in which the two events coincide. It should be borne in mind that the respondents would naturally be less accurate in recalling the age of most rapid bodily growth than the more definite events of conversion and puberty. We have one check, however, on the accuracy of the statistics. The average of the different records gives 16.1 years as the average year of most rapid bodily growth, and this coincides almost perfectly with the facts set forth in Figure 3. It is impossible to summarize in any simple way the statistics on the connections among the three sets of phenomena in question. By glancing through the columns of figures, one is impressed by the persistence with which the three events fall into sequential rather than a simultaneous arrangement. They solemnly suggest a more general statement of the law we have noticed in regard to the relation of conversion and puberty, viz., that the spiritual and physical aspects of development in individual instances tend to supplement each other. But we cannot say that because conversion usually precedes or follows puberty rather than coincides with it, the two events are not vitally connected. In the first place, we have judged puberty by only two of its manifestations, menstruation in females and the ability of the reproductive system to function in males. These are only two of its various manifestations. Dr. Bierent divides puberty into three stages: the premonitory stage, puberty itself, and the succeeding stage, the last following by a year or so. Some aspect of pubescence may conceivably underlie the whole series of changes during adolescence, even if we choose the one aspect of it for each sex, viz., the one on which our statistics are based. We find a far-reaching suggestion growing out of an analysis of the individual records. If we arrange the conversions in groups according as they came the same year as puberty, 1 to 6 years earlier, or 1 to 6 years later, we have the series shown in Table 5. If the two events were so related that one is conditioned by the other, we should say, at first thought, that the larger numbers in both series ought to fall in the column marked the same year, and gradually thin out towards the end of the series. This would be the arrangement if the two phenomena were causally related, but conversions were made to come earlier or later than puberty through accidental influences in individual surroundings. Although this arrangement does not obtain, we may select a point in each series a little after the same year, which is not only the highest point in the series, but on each side of which the numbers gradually decrease. These points would be about 1/2 year later than the theoretical point of coincidence in the series for females, and about 1.5 years later in that for males. The distribution on each side of the 2 points selected is much as it would be as if they were predestined to fall at those points, but were scattered by 6 years on either side through the accidental influences. In other words, the distribution is as if conversion were conditioned by puberty, but normally followed it by a year or so, and were free to diverge from it through the action of environmental influences. Consequently, our law, as stated previously, in regard to the relation of these two phenomena demand revision. We say now, conversion and puberty tend to supplement each other in time rather than to coincide, but they may nevertheless be mutually conditioned. The significance of this law we shall leave until we have the facts of conversion before us. The third rise in the curves. If the principle stated heretofore is true in regard to the supplemental nature of the physical and spiritual aspects of growth, there may be contained in it a partial explanation of the other rises in the conversion curves. In comparing the curves of figures 1 and 3, it will be noticed that the increment in the conversion curve for males at 12 comes at a relatively dead period in physical growth. between the two accelerations at 10 and 16. Indeed, the question arises whether we have not here one explanation of the third rise in the conversion curves. The greatest number of conversions comes in the same general period with the rapid bodily transformations. It may be that after there is a lull on the physical side, the life forces begin to expend themselves more intensely in producing psychic results. This seems to accord with what we know of growth in general, that in building an organism, nature is now at work on one part and now another, that there is about so much energy to be expended, and when it is going to development of one part, this is done at the expense of the rest. The third rise in the curves then may indicate a definite step in spiritual progress which accompanies intellectual maturity. An analysis of the cases before us will show that in the conversions which occur at the very beginning of adolescence, there is more of an emotional disturbance, while the latter cases seem to be more mature and to contain more of the element of insight. There are, doubtless, many factors in the explanation of any of the phenomena of conversion. The cases themselves suggest other causes than the one already given. A few of them mention an impulse to conversion at about the beginning of adolescence, which then dropped out of their thought and was revived later. The following are typical. F. 16. When 12, I had an impulse to go to the altar with 2 girlfriends, but something kept me back. When 16, in a little meeting, I felt serious. My friend near me wanted to go to the altar, and I thought on it and went. F. 16. When 12 or 13, at the advice of an old woman, I asked God to take my heart. I did feel very happy. I never have felt so sincere and earnest and anxious to be good. Was confirmed at 16. F. 17. I had made a start at 15 at revival meeting, but did not join church and let it all pass over. When 17, I felt the love and mercy of God. After an hour of pleading and prayer, I felt relief from my sins. F. 16. I began to feel conviction at 11 years of age. F. 16. I experienced a sort of half conversion 2 years before. From these quotations, it would appear that there is a normal age for conversion at about the beginning of adolescence. If that is not complete, or is resisted, a relapse follows. Then there is another time of aroused activity from 2 to 4 years later. This appears to be a normal ebb and flow of religious interest. There are various other causes for the postponement of conversion, as suggested in the following typical instances. F. 16. When I was 10 years old, mother died. Lost interest in everything. I felt dazed and lived in a sort of dream until 16, when I attended revival. I had intense remorse. With tears came relief and joy. My whole life was changed from that hour. F. 17. I was carefully trained and taught to pray. When 14, I had companions who laughed at religion. I became like them. I often had stings of conscience. When 17, I attended meeting. I felt that God had forgiven my sins. F. 18. As a child of 9, I was petted and spoiled, was with much people who cared little for religion. When 18, the downfall and death of a friend I had trusted set me to thinking. I cried to God for mercy and forgiveness. F. 16. My parents are agnostic. I had no Christian influence, but the contrary. I felt the need of religion. M. 16. I was a wild, wicked boy, and my father took pride in my wildness. I had been to an uproarious wedding. When I got home, I felt condemned. I had an awful impression that death had come. M. 18. I was not brought up in a religious family. I was the first of my family, except mother, to become a Christian. F. 17. I had made many resolutions to be a Christian, but pride kept me from telling it. F. 18. I had suffered for years wanting to be a Christian and not knowing how. M. 19. From earliest boyhood I had longed to be a Christian. I had lived a careful, good life in the hope of being accepted of God because I refrained from evil. F. 16. From 10 to 16 I only cared to have a good time and let myself drift along. M. 18. I called myself morally upright, never believing what I said exactly. In these quotations we see several causes reflected for the latter increments in the curves. Through some accident or some defect in early training, the person is not sufficiently developed to respond to spiritual influences at the first normal period. At some trait of character, such as reserve, pride, or willfulness, has prevented a response to the first impulse. If we add to these an intellectual ripening for religious insight and a natural ebb and flow of religious interest, we have a partial description of the processes which cause the latter enlargement of the curves. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Psychology of Religion by Edwin Diller Starbuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, The Motives and Forces Leading to Conversion. A study of the motives and forces which lead to religious awakening may cast a little light ahead on the nature of conversion. It shows us something of the forces that are at work in the religious life, their relative prominence, and how they vary with age and sex. Furthermore, it may furnish some scientific and educational suggestions of value. The method of studying the motives and forces was to group them according to their likenesses and differences. They seem to fall naturally into 8 groups: fears, other self-regarding motives, altruistic motives, following out a moral ideal, remorse and conviction for sin, response to teaching, example and imitation, urging, and other forms of social pressure. The naming of the groups is inadequate. Their character will be better appreciated by the representative instances given below. 1. Fears. Female 12. The terrors of hell were dwelt on at a revival until I became so scared I cried. Female 14. Had I died, I had no hope, only eternal loss. Male 15. I feared God's punishment. Male 22. I had fear of death and waking up in blank. In many instances, fear were declared to be entirely absent, as in this. Male 18. 2 ministers told me I'd go to hell if I didn't make a stand. I said I'd never be a Christian to dodge hell. 2. Other self-regarding motives. Female 17. I wanted the approval of others. Female 11. Father had died and I thought I would get to meet him. Male 7. Ambition of a refined sort influenced me. Male 18. I thought the man who was best is strongest and happiest. 3. Altruistic motives. Male 18. I wanted to exert the right influence over my pupils at school. Female 16. I felt I must be better and do more good in the world. Female 19. The wish to please my minister counteracted my negative attitude. Female, unknown age. It was love for God who had done so much for me. 4. Following out a moral ideal. Male 14. I was moved by a feeling of duty. Male 16. I wanted to be good and to control my anger and passions. Female 17. I had an inner conviction that it was a good thing to do. Male 15. I had a yearning for a higher ideal of life. Female 13. It was spontaneous awakening to a divine impulse. Groups 3 and 4 run into each other. The sense of duty, which was not referred objectively, is included in the latter. 5. Remorse and conviction for sin. Female 17. Remorse for past conduct was my chief motive. Male 18. I was thoroughly convicted of sin. Female 14. My sins were very plain to me. I thought myself the greatest sinner in the world. Female 18. The downfall and death of a friend I had trusted set me to thinking. I wondered if I were not worse than she. 6. Response to teaching. Female 11. Mother talked to me and made the way of salvation plain. Female unknown age. A sermon that seemed just meant for me set me to thinking. Male 23. The teaching of Christ appealed strongly to my reason and judgment. Evangelical sermons described as emotional are included in group 8 below. 7. Example and imitation. Male 15. It began largely as imitation. Female 16. I saw so many becoming good that I just had to become a Christian. Female 13. For the first time I came in contact with a Christian family. Their influence induced me to become a Christian. Male 16. I thought only the power of religion could make me live such a life as brothers. This group ranges from mere imitation to sympathy with a great personality, where it closely approaches group 4. 8. Urging and social pleasure. Male 15. The girls coaxed me at school. Estimable ladies and deacons gathered around me and urged me to flee from the wrath to come. Female 13. I took the course pointed at the time. Female 14. A pleading word from my teacher helped me. Imitation and social pressure are frequently so intense that the individuality of the subject is entirely lost. Male unknown age. It seems to me now hypnotic. Female 16. The sermon moved me. They sang. Before I realized what was happening, I was kneeling at the altar rail. I never knew what was said to me. In such cases, there is one of two results. Either the forced position is accepted as the right one, or the person rebels when partial independence is gained. The former are included in this study. The cases in which the person appeared entirely to lose his or her individuality and immediately to react against a forced conformity demand consideration by themselves and are treated in a separate chapter. Male 50. It was the buoyancy of the atmosphere that made me go forward. I had nothing to do with it. I could have done the same thing every week without any change in my character. 1. The relative prominence of the different motives and forces. Table 6 shows the relative prominence of the motives and forces illustrated above, as determined by the frequency with which each was named by the subjects. The evaluation was made in 3 ways. A. Taking only the motives mentioned as the most prominent ones. B. Trying to form an estimate of the value of all the motives wherever mentioned by duplicating those apparently very prominent. C. Simply counting the frequency of all the motives mentioned. The first method made the self-regarding motives about 1/3 more prominent than the other 2 ways, and subtracted them from the moral ideal class. The last 2 methods gave nearly the same results. Table 6 is the result of the third method. For the purpose of comparing the columns among themselves, the percentages are so reduced that each column foots up 100. That is, they show the relative and not the absolute prominence of the motives and forces. For example, among the males, fears as motives to conversion are mentioned twice as often as other self-regarding motives. There are a few points in the table which deserve attention. The altruistic motives and the response to the moral ideal form a group which may be called distinctively moral motives. The sum is about the same as that of all the self-regarding motives taken together. Conviction for sin is about as prominent as response to a moral ideal. Although the motives present before conversion perhaps show nothing as to the nature of the finished spiritual product, it is significant that at the time, persons are not only driven by egoistic and instinctive feelings, but are drawn by ideal considerations. Still, we should notice how much more important are those forces which seem to be racial and instinctive than the others. In the first place, response to teaching and altruistic motives are the least prominent of all, while fear of death and hell, conviction for sin, imitation, and social pressure are the most frequent. Fears are a large factor. Hope of heaven is nearly absent. Fears appear to be present about 15 times as often as hope. Only 5% are altruistic motives, and if we select from these the ones who mention love of God or Christ as leading them to a higher life, we find only 2%. This is significant in the view of the fact that love of God is a point of great emphasis in Christian ethics. It is of interest to compare fear of hell and conviction for sin, which are prominent, with the hope of heaven, and love of Christ and God, which are almost absent. These 4 are all central in Christian theology, and might be supposed to be about equal as religious incentives. If we combine this with the fact that response to teaching represents only 10% of all the forces, and that of the objective forces, imitation and social pressure are largest, we begin to see what a small part rational considerations play in conversion as compared with instinctive. Subjective forces are about 1 1/2 times more frequent than external forces. 2. Comparison of males and females. Fear of death and hell is about equally present among males and females. The altruistic motives are greater among females. The other 3 subjective forces, other self-regarding motives, response to a moral ideal, and conviction for sin, are more prominent among males, while the 3 groups of objective forces predominate among females. The inference seems to be that males are controlled more from within, while the females are controlled more from without. 3. The revival cases compared with others. It is of value to compare the forces which lead to conversion among persons who are influenced by the more vigorous methods of revivals and those who are converted while alone or in the quieter surroundings of a regular church service. This is shown in Table 7. There were no additional differences between men and women in their new classification of sufficient importance to warrant keeping the sexes separate. In comparing the two classes, we notice that imitation and social pressure are, as one would anticipate, greater in the revival cases. Response to teaching and following out a moral ideal, on the contrary, are greater among the others. It would seem, consequently, that emotional pressure is exerted at the expense of rational insight. It is an unexpected coincidence that the sense of sin is greater in the non-revival cases. This is especially noteworthy when we consider that revival methods emphasize the fact of sin and the means of escape from it. One element in the explanation of probability lies in this, that revivals, by the stimulus of the ensemble, carry persons over the tendency to introspection which results in the sense of unworthiness. The other fact which underlies the phenomenon must be that there is a strong bend in human nature for such feelings. In this connection, it should be noticed that fears are about as common in the non-revival group as in the other. This is evidence that the charge often made against revivals, that they stir up unduly the lower religious incentives, such as fear and the sense of sin, is not entirely just. They do not so much awaken these highly emotional states as appeal to those instincts already at work in consciousness, and which would probably show themselves spontaneously a year or two later. The average age was worked out at which each of the groups of motives occur as such decisive factor in conversion. The result was that the same motives culminate earlier in the revival cases than in the others, sometimes by as much as 2 years. For example, the average of the revival conversions in which the sense of sin was mentioned as a motive is 14.1 years, as against 15 in the non-revival group. That is, the effect of revivals is to hasten somewhat the working of specific motives. 4. The variation of motives with age. There seems to be a normal age when the different motives should assert themselves. The calculation of the ages of conversions in which the various motives occur shows that the motives tend to arrange themselves in a serial order according to age. The series, from the earliest to the latest, is the following: imitation, social pressure, conviction for sin, fear of death and hell, response to teaching, following out a moral ideal, and altruistic motives. In this series, those forces which were designated above as racial and instinctive come as a rule earlier. The way in which these sets of motives vary with age is shown in a different way in Figure 4, in which the various subjective influences at work at the time of conversion are plotted to show their frequency for different years. Curves G, H, and I are made on the basis of the ratio in hundreds between the number of times each motive was said to be present and the number of conversions for each year. Before 10 and after 19, the cases are scattering and the curves too irregular to be of value. The curves throughout are based on too few cases to be interpreted in their finer irregularities. They can be relied on only as showing general tendencies. In earlier years, as shown in the figure, the self-regarding motives, on which a large part of fears are by far in the predominance, they gradually decrease. Curve 1, for altruistic and moral ideal motives, exactly contradicts G. It represents the dawn of the moral consciousness. After 15, moral and other regarding incentives are present in almost every case. The sense of sin, curve H, increases up to the early years of adolescence, then gradually decreases. It may be connected with the rapid nervous changes of early adolescence and the corresponding arousal of new large, confused organic impressions, the mental unrest and uncertainty, the undefined and unclarified ideas that come at this period when fresh life is making itself felt. The men did not make so full a record of motives as the women. They were also fewer. The curves for males were consequently too vacillating to be of value. The curve for moral motives was very similar to that in the figure, but it was clear that the self-regarding motives did not decrease as in the case of females. If we were to judge the nature of conversion by the forces which lead to it, we should say that conversions during later adolescence represent a different kind of experience from those in the earlier years. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Psychology of Religion by Edwin Diller Starbuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Experiences Preceding Conversion. Some general considerations. Just before the apparent break in the continuity of life called the change of heart, there is usually a mental state known as conviction, or the sense of sin. It is designated in various ways by the respondents, such as the feeling of imperfection, incompleteness, undoneness, unworthiness, and the like. There are many shades of experience in this pre-conversion state. An attempt at a classification of them gave these not very distinct groups: conviction for sin proper, struggle after the new life, prayer, calling on God, sense of estrangement from God, doubts and questionings, tendency to resist conviction, depression and sadness, restlessness, anxiety and uncertainty, helplessness and humility, earnestness and seriousness, and the various bodily affections. The result of an analysis of these different shades of experience coincides with the common designation of this pre-conversion state in the making the central fact in it all the sense of sin, while other conditions are various manifestations of this, as determined first by differences in temperament and second by whether the ideal life or sinful life is vivid in consciousness. In order to make this point clear, we shall begin at the end in picturing this stage in conversion. After the facts were analyzed and grouped, it appeared that some such relation exists among them as is shown in Table 8. Although there have been a slight straining to make one or two of the groups fit the scheme, they show in general what is true, and the whole diagram is approximately correct. If we have it in mind at the beginning, it will facilitate the discussion which follows. The cases arrange themselves pretty naturally in two series. In the first place, they form a series as determined by temperament. There are those at one end of the line who are thrown back on themselves, and who remain helpless, depressed, and estranged from God. At the other extreme are those who reach out in the direction of the new life, who strive toward it, and pray toward it, or if the forces which awaken the impulse towards the higher life have dawned unawares, and in spite of themselves, they willfully oppose the new influences. Between these two extremes are those who are eminently conscious of sin, but remain poised in a state of restlessness and anxiety, or who vacillate between activity and passivity. The temperamental series, that is, ranges all the way from persons, on the one hand, who are passive to those, on the other, who are active and positive. The other series is determined by that element of the change of life which is present in consciousness. In conversion there always appear to be two things either clearly present or implicit, viz., the old life and the new. Sometimes one is uppermost consciousness, sometimes the other. Sometimes neither is explicit, but both seem to be at work simultaneously, though unconsciously to the subject, and to throw the life into distress and unrest. At one extreme in this series are the two groups in the lowest line of the scheme above. There is the sense of sin itself, there is a sense of extreme unworthiness, which brings depression and sadness, or if the new life has come unawares, there is still a clinging to the old life, and the tendency to resist the new. In the top line are the groups at the other extreme, in which the new life stands out more or less clearly in consciousness. By these persons the ideal life is pictured either in abstract terms, and there is a striving towards it, or else as God, an ideal which is afar off. Intermediate are the confused organic states known as helplessness and restlessness, or as mere undirected nervous tension described as earnestness and seriousness. 2. The different types of pre-conversion experiences. By the way of arriving at an accurate conception of the pre-conversion state, we shall let the cases speak for themselves, which represent the various types. That which may be called the distinctive type, the sense of sin, is not different in kind from what we have already described as a motive to conversion. Female 12. I was very wicked. My heart was black. Male 17. I experienced nothing but a great and unaccountable wretchedness. Such states are often of long duration and persist without any reason one can ascertain in the person's life or conduct. Female 25. I attended church all through my childhood. I had no partially evil ways. There always seemed to be a drawing of the Spirit. I seemed always to be under conviction. Hearing of sermons, religious conversion, anything of that kind would give me a sense of something I had not. As I had joined church at 8 years, of course I passed for a Christian and sometimes took part in meetings from a sense of duty. Between these times of conviction, the impression would wear off, only to be revived at the first opportunity. Many times I sought to be saved, but without finding relief. There are many instances of this sort. In the persistence of such experiences, without an apparent cause, we perhaps see the condition underlying the doctrine of original sin. These experiences shade off into depression and sadness, in which both the pain and negative elements are strong. Female 13. The thought of my condition was terrible. Female 16. For nights and days my mind was troubled. Male 16. For 3 months it seemed as if God's Spirit had withdrawn from me. There seemed to be a desolation of soul. Fear took hold of me. For a week I was on the border of despair. Slightly relieved from the pain element, but still negative, are self-distrust and helplessness. Female 23. I was discouraged and felt it was of no use to try. Female 18. I had suffered for years wanting to be a Christian and not knowing how. Female 16. I had an awful feeling of helplessness. The consciousness of God often stands over one and brings condemnation and a sense of estrangement. Male 19. Gazing pensively at the stream which ran through my father's farm, I felt that it was more in harmony with God than I. Male 15. A sense of sinfulness and estrangement from God grew on me daily. Male 16. I felt that God despised me. Male 16. I felt a lack of harmony with the divine being, and a sense of continually offending him. There is often a feeling of separation from friends. There is doubtless of the same sort, and grows out of the individual's feeling of detachment from the whole. Between the extremes is an indefinable sense of imperfection, wanting something and not knowing what, which gives rise to the feelings of restlessness and anxiety. Male 12. Everything went wrong with me. It seemed like Sunday all the time. Male 15. I was constantly worrying. Female 14. I thought something terrible was going to happen. Female 23. I felt wrong mentally and morally. Female 17. I could not keep my mind on anything. Female 12. I couldn't work. Male 19. I felt a want and unrest, an aching void the world could never fill. The general class of more positive experiences, without keeping the group separate, are illustrated in the following. Male 16. Before conversion, my mind was in a state of great anxiety. The fleshly mind was all aflame, and my guilt was hideous to me. Because I belonged to a church, I felt myself a hypocrite. I prayed and studied continually to attain a state of assurance. Female 18. I grew so distressed I cried to God for mercy and forgiveness. Female unknown age. I felt a weight of sin. I prayed not to die until I became better. Female 15. I fought and struggled in prayer to get the feeling that God was with me. In the tendency to resist conviction, one sees reflected something of the nature of conversion and the explanation of some of the phenomena following it. Male 15. Carefully trained, fell into bad associations and came under the influence of revival. I resisted as long as possible by finding fault with the church and its members, saying I didn't believe the Bible, or that there was a hell. I was afraid to go to church or to bed. Male 15. I strictly avoided any conversion tending in any way toward moral or religious topics. Conviction became torture, yet I could not yield. Male 12. There was a sort of inward tendency to resist, which did not show itself outwardly. Female 16. I stayed away from revivals and prayer meetings for fear of giving way to my convictions. Female 17. I tried in every way to escape a friend interested in me and the minister. In prayer meeting, I would hold on to the seat by main force to keep from rising for prayer. Female 16. I often fought against crying. The conviction was so strong. Female 12. I would tell myself, you ought to join church. Then I would say, no, you can't be good enough. Female 18. I dreaded to go forward. Female 18. I tried to throw off the feeling by saying all sorts of reckless things about God and religion. In this class of experiences, we see doubtless an illustration of the large factor in conversion which is carried out beneath the surface, and which we shall notice more fully later on. The pre-conversion states are not infrequently described in physical terms. I couldn't eat. I would lie awake at night. I was excited. Male 19. I felt I was carrying the world on my shoulders. Male 19. Often, very often, I cried myself to sleep. Male 10. Hymns would sound in my mind as if sung. Female 15. I had visions of Christ saying to me, "Come to me, my child." Male 17. Just before conversion I was walking along a path thinking of religious matters, when suddenly the word hell was spelled out 5 yards ahead of me. The frequency with which the various kinds of affection show themselves is given in Table 9. The worth of the percentages is more in their relative than in their absolute magnitude. Many of the records were not complete, else the numbers might all be greater. Looking at the last column of the table, we see that depression and sadness is by far the most common experience. Next in frequency and about equal in prominence are restlessness, calling on God, and tendency to resist conviction. Helplessness is singularly small, considering its close kinship with depression, which is large. The reason may be found in the close relationship of the two, and the fact that experiences happen to be described more often in terms of depression, which involves the feeling side of the experience. Relatively small are earnestness, desire for a better life, doubts, and the feeling of estrangement from God. It will be noticed that the larger percentages go, as a rule, with the groups towards the bottom of Table 8, and the smaller ones towards the top. That is, in the experiences preceding conversion, the consciousness of sin is much more dominant than that of the life toward which one is tending. This coincides with what we saw in the last chapter, that conversion is a process of struggling away from sin rather than from striving toward righteousness. Most of it, as far as our picture of conversion at the present point shows, is worked out in the sphere of undefined feeling, and a relatively small part comes as mentally illuminated aspiration. As we saw while studying the motives, it seems to be a step in growth which calls into activity the deeper instincts. The evidence in the present discussion is in the fact that the feelings, which are the primal elements in consciousness, function so strongly. In the tendency to resist conviction, we see also an indication that the new life is forcing its way even against the person's will. If we turn now to the bodily affections, our evidence grows yet stronger. Conversion is a process which exercises the whole nature, and frequently disturbs the equilibrium of the physical organism. First and most often to be disturbed are sleep and appetite, the most primal organic functions. In the affection of sense, likewise, it is significant that touch, the mother sense, is most affected. Accordingly, we may conclude that conversion is a process in which the deeper instinctive life most strongly functions. 3. A comparison of the sexes. In the first two columns of Table 9 is seen a comparison in the rough of mental and bodily affections of females and males. The percentages in the column for females were all slightly smaller than in that for males. Consequently, they were all modified by such a ratio as would make them comparable with the males. This preserves, of course, the relative magnitude among themselves. In the three groups, the sense of sin, estrangement from God, and desire for a better life, the numbers happen to be the same. In the others, there is a pretty distinct difference. Among the females, those types of experience are more common which more distinctly belong to the feelings, viz., depression and sadness, restlessness and anxiety, and earnestness and seriousness. Set off against these are the doubts and questionings in which intellection plays a more prominent part, and which are more common among the males. Again, helplessness and humility are more frequent with females, while prayer and tendency to resist conviction preponderate with the males. In other words, the volitional element seems to be greater among males, while females are more liable to remain in helplessness and uncertainty. The differences seem to indicate that feeling plays a larger part in the religious life of females, while males are controlled more by intellection and volition. The females drift toward the lower left-hand corner of the diagram in Table 8, and the males toward the upper and right-hand sides. It is true that desire for a better life is equally prominent in the two sexes, but the characteristic element in this group is aspiration, which is as much a feeling as a volition. This apparent difference is borne out by the fact that the average duration of conviction is more than twice as long among males. We saw in the last chapter that the subjective forces leading to conversion are greater in males, while imitation and social pressure are greater in the females. Among the respondents, there are 6 times as many females as males who experience conversion in the regular church service or prayer meeting. On the other hand, there are twice as many males as females who are converted at home and generally alone. Females are clearly more impressionable and are more ready to accept the help of external institutional system in working out their life problems, and respond more quickly and intuitively to the feelings which are aroused. In beginning the new life, the male is more self-dependent, works his way more by his own insight, is suspended longer between the old life and the new, and rebels more strenuously if he finds the demands of the social or moral order outside conflicting with his own will. In this section we have thrown both the revival and non-revival cases together. We shall see in a more pronounced way the difference between the sexes when, in the following section, we consider these two classes separately. 4. A comparison of the revival cases and the others. A study of the differences in the pre-conversion phenomena which accompany revival experiences as compared with those conversions which occur under more quiet surroundings, throws a little light on the nature of conversion, and also makes clear some of the aspects of human nature which underlie and condition the things that appear. The results of the comparison are summed up in Table 10. The differences between the sexes are so marked that it is necessary to keep them separate in the table. The percents indicate the actual fraction of each class considered who mentioned any particular type of experience. We see in the first place that the characteristic feelings involved, viz. The sense of sin and depression and sadness, are present in all the classes. The sense of sin is more pronounced among the non-revival males than among those converted at revival. The fact that such feelings are present in the diverse surroundings tends to show that the sense of sin and depression of feelings are fundamental factors in conversion, if not in religious experience in general. In respect, however, to many of those types of experiences which we found to be dependent on temperament and the presence and consciousness of either the ideal or sinful life, there are marked differences between the revival and non-revival cases. Let us notice first the two classes of males, and leave out the consideration for the present, the females. In the first place, the number of affections given in the description of the experiences is much greater among the revival cases, the bodily affections being almost entirely to this class. These facts seem to show that the revival conversions among the males are more intense experiences than the non-revival. The revival converts feel more intensely the sin of estrangement from God, and are more restless and anxious. They carry their anxiety into the night, and it irradiates in terms of self-experience. Another set of differences seem to show that males naturally mark out their own course. Doubts and questionings, which belong almost entirely to this sex, are again almost exclusively present in the non-revival cases. When left alone, we notice also that males are more earnest and serious, have a greater feeling of helplessness in the struggle, and have the ideal life more in consciousness, as shown by the larger percent in the desire for a better life. Intermediate between these two sets of facts is the much greater tendency of the revival converts to resist conviction. The differences in the revival and non-revival males shows that the males, when not at revival, insist more upon seeing their way clearly toward the new life, that they are more willful in the stress of a revival, and that the revival conversion is a far more intense experience. Now, if we consider the two classes of females, we find them contradicting nearly everything we found true for the males. The column of affection foots up less in the revival cases instead of more. The bodily affections are fewer. There is less restlessness and anxiety than in the conversions which occur in the quiet. This sense of estrangement from God is not so prominent. In short, the revival conversions for females are far less intense than the non-revival. As we should expect, there is an agreement in the two sexes in that doubts and questionings, earnestness and seriousness, and the desire for a better life are more prominent in the non-revival cases. The effect of the emotionalism of a revival seems to be, as we saw in the last chapter, to blur the clearness of spiritual perception. But with females there is the contradiction again that resistance to conviction is much less in the revival cases than in the non-revival. The women seem to accept the help of external influences rather than to rebel against them. When left alone, conversion is, for the female, a more serious, if not a genuine experience. One apparent reason why the stress is greater with the women who are not influenced directly by revivals is that they are not able alone to work through their difficulties, and modesty and reserve keep them from making their difficulties known. Female 11. I began to think deeply on religious subjects. I longed for someone to talk with about them. Female 16. I began thinking of myself. Female 13. I used to lie awake and cry over my sins. It is clear that one fact underlying the differences in revival and non-revival conversions among females is that females are more reserved and lack an active temperament to carry them through the stress and strain of conviction. 5. The nature of the sense of sin. We have already had many evidences that the sense of sin, using the term broadly to include depression, helplessness, and the like, has temperamental conditions as its background. For the purpose of seeing farther into its nature, the female and male cases were grouped so as to show how far it is the result of bad moral training and actual waywardness. Only such were used as shown in a rather pronounced way the presence or absence of the sense of sin in a previous immorality. When conversion has been preceded by waywardness, the sense of sin is nearly always present. In such instances it is absent in the males in only 1/10 of the cases, and by an even smaller fraction in females. That is, as we should expect, the sense of sin follows naturally in the wake of evil. But the question comes, does such a feeling arise when persons have led an upright life? Among the males, when the previous life is described as fairly upright, the sense of sin is present and absent in about the same number of instances. Among the females, the feeling of guilt is even more independent of conduct. Of the cases described as good, of training and of moral and even religious observance, more than 2/3 give evidence in a pronounced way of the sense of sin. This is a typical instance. Female 11. I was brought up in a very pious Methodist surrounding. I had not been led into evil ways. I was considered an unusually good child, but my sense of guilt before God was very deep. I had a deep conviction of sin from my earliest recollection. The realization of the hatefulness of sin was stronger than the fear of consequences. These facts seem to show that although the sense of sin comes naturally as the sequence of bad habits and conscious evil, it is not occasioned wholly by them, and perhaps has other causes. Its greater prominence among females of good moral training may be traceable in part directly to imperfect physical conditions. Hysteria and other nervous and circulatory disorders are more common among adolescent females than males, and are far more common during adolescence than later. Many of the symptoms of these diseases are the same as those shown before conversion. There are evidence, too, that the extreme dejection, self-distrust, and self-condemnation and the like in males are traceable in part to physiological causes. About 1/3 of the males gave sexual temptations as among those of youth, and nearly always it was said to be the chief temptation. In nearly all these instances, the phenomena during conviction are remarkably similar to those which follow the sexual evil. These are typical. Male 12. Everything seemed dead. Male, 19. Before conversion I had not a single happy day, because of the dread of the future. Male, 15. I had fear of being lost, was pensive and worried, was greatly depressed and could not sleep. Male, 18. I was troubled with fears, was thoroughly convicted of sin, filled with remorse, and ashamed of my condition. I was uneasy, and for days longed for God's forgiveness. In 90% of the cases, remorse, fear of death, depression, and the like entered prominently among the conviction states. A few gave escape from sin among the motives for conversion. We may safely say that we have to look for the cause underlying the sense of sin in part in certain temperamental and organic conditions, and not to consider it simply as a spiritual fact. Professor Geo. A. Cole of Northwestern University has taken up specifically the question of the relation between temperament and the nature of religious experience. He has, happily, reduced the matter to a high degree of certainty, and in so doing has made a permanent contribution to the psychology of religion. He has kindly allowed me to quote from his manuscript, which has not yet been published. In a study of 74 persons, 50 males and 24 females, he has investigated the conditions of temperament which determine the degree of abruptness of religious changes. What is the mental mechanism to which the methods used in bringing about religious transformations appeal, and why does it fail of its results in so many cases in which the conditions give hope of success? In order to secure definite grounds for hypothesis on this point, the persons under examination were divided into two groups, those who had experienced a marked transformation and those who had not. In the second place, a cross division was made on the basis of predisposition of the mind towards such experiences. Let us call this basis expectation of transformation. Combining these two modes of division, we secure two positive classes for minute study: those who expected a transformation and experienced one, and those who expected but failed to experience. In the working out of this scheme, a third division was found necessary in order to tabulate the cases in which these overlap. The mode of procedure now consisted first of judging whether sensibility, intellect, or will was the most prominent faculty, next of finding the second in prominence, then of estimating the place of each of the three faculties in respect to promptness and intensity. For each subject in the end, there were three descriptive designations, as, for example, prompt intense intellect, prompt weak sensibility, prompt weak will, and these three were arranged in the order of prominence. The data were secured by the following methods. First, by inserting in the question list a number of questions concerning likes and dislikes, laughter and weeping, anger and its effects, habits of introspection, moods, promptness or its opposite in decisions, and so on. The second method was by observation of the general tone of the papers. The third method was by objective observation and interviews. Furthermore, in most cases, independent judgments were formed by different observers, and these judgments were finally checked off against one another. The temperamental classification of the members of the three groups, concerning whom adequate information was obtainable, yields the following results. The most marked contrast in this table concerns the relation of the two main groups to intellect and sensibility. Where expectation is satisfied, there sensibility is distinctly predominant. But where expectation is disappointed, there intellect is just as distinctly predominant. To appreciate the strength of this conclusion, it will be well to remind ourselves once more of the range of facts upon which it is based. In only 3 cases in Group 1 and 1 case in Group 2 was it necessary to rely solely upon the subject's paper. A second interesting result is that those whose expectation is satisfied belong almost exclusively to the slow, intense, and prompt weak varieties, the temperaments approaching most nearly those traditionally known as the melancholic and sanguine. On the other hand, those whose expectations is disappointed belong more largely to the prompt, intense variety of the choleric temperament, though the distribution between the choleric, melancholic, and sanguine is fairly even. Again, comparing the two main groups with respect to promptness and intensity, each by itself, we find that, on the whole, Group 2 exceeds Group 1 in both promptness and intensity. Finally, some slight confirmation of the representative character of these results is found in the heterogeneity of the cases in Group 3. An inquiry was next made into the frequency among the subjects studied of mental and motor automatisms. Of 73 persons examined, there were 22 or 30% of them who had experienced some kind of mental or motor automatisms. These consisted in striking dreams, hallucinations, or motor automatisms, such as uncontrollable laughter, clapping of hands, and so forth. At the time of religious transformation, of the 22 who had undergone such experiences, 13 or 72% of them belonged to Group 1 and 3, above only one belongs to Group 2. The conclusion from this part of our study is that a tendency to automatic mental processes is the soil most favorable for striking religious transformations. Mr. Coe next proceeded to study the relative suggestibility of the three groups. In doing this, he subjected the person studied to hypnotic suggestion and kept a constant lookout for evidences in the subjects of spontaneous autosuggestion. The problem then became whether external suggestion was more prominent in Group 1 and autosuggestion in Group 2. What was looked for was evidence of spontaneity or originality rather than mere readiness of response or its opposite. But the behavior under suggestion was decidedly different. Let us call the two types the passive and the spontaneous. Under the former belong those who take no decided or original part in the experiment. Their response to external suggestion may not be very pronounced, but they initiate nothing after once they have begun to yield. Under the spontaneous type belong, on the other hand, the few who appear to be non-suggestible, and those who, while responding to suggestion, take a more or less original part by adding to the experiment or by waking themselves up. Comparing Group 1, 2, and 3 with respect to this point, we find certain plain differentiations. To begin with, as might be expected, nearly all the persons who have experienced any of the mental or motor automatisms already described are passives. 13 such persons were experimented upon, and of these, 10 clearly belonged to the passive type. A few cases were not accessible for purposes of experiment. The numbers experimented upon in the two groups were respectively 14 and 12. All the persons in Group 3 were experimented upon. The results are as follows. In general, the line between Groups 1 and 2 coincides with that between the passive and the spontaneous types, though apparent exceptions exist, and though the interpretation of the facts is not equally clear in all cases. Of the 14 cases in Group 1, persons who expected a striking transformation and experienced it, 13 are of the passive type. Of the 13 persons in Group 2, expectation disappointed, 9 clearly belong to the spontaneous type. 1 is entirely passive, and 2 are open to some doubt. Of the 5 persons in Group 3, striking experience yet disappointed, 2 are passive and 3 are spontaneous. These conclusions in regard to the close connection between temperament and the nature of religious experience will stand us in good stead as we proceed, in helping us to understand the causes that underlie certain varieties of religious experience. We must be reminded constantly, however, that the whole process is the most intricate and complex one, and that no part of it is explicable, perhaps, by a single cause. As we shall see later, we are to look on conversion in part from the psychic side and the interplay of ideas. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the Psychology of Religion by Edwin Diller Starbuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The Mental and Bodily Affections Immediately Accompanying Conversion. We shall be spared a tabular presentation of the phenomena at the critical point in conversion. Those immediately before the turning point are the same, practically as those during the conviction period, but deepened and intensified. And those momentarily following the change are apparently the same in quality as the post-conversion experiences, which will be described later. although more intense than the experiences leading up to conversion and those during the succeeding period. They are, singularly, less fully and accurately described. Many things are happening apparently which, during the intenser emotion, evade critical analysis, even in the retrospect. We shall accordingly be concerned in this chapter with a description of some of the bolder outlines of the process involved in the crisis itself, as shown in the mental and bodily states. 1. The intensity of the emotions. Although the experiences are usually more intense than those we have already noticed, there are many exceptions to the rule. The cases would easily arrange themselves in a series, from those in which there is almost no feeling accompaniment to those at the other extreme, in which there is intense struggle, the height of pain and joy, and vivid experiences quite out of the range of ordinary life. In few instances, definite changes seem to be worked out quietly somehow in the depths of one's nature without registering themselves in the emotions, and they are presented ready-made to consciousness. Male 18. There was no emotion. It was a calm acceptance of the power of Christ to save. Male 12. It was simply a jump for the better. Female 22. I was reared in skeptical surroundings. I prided myself that I was not deluded as others were. I felt as I rose to declare myself that a life of decisions was being given up in that one moment. I fully realized what it meant. Mine was just a decision made known to the world that I was going to try the other side. I didn't expect any change from my cool standpoint, so experienced no extra happiness. It didn't seem supernatural, but about as unlikely to come out as it did for miracles to go so decidedly opposite to the natural. The cases shade off rapidly, however, into those which are wrought out with high emotion. Male 19. Yearning for a sense of communion with Him, the words, "Seek ye the Lord while He may be found," came with thrilling power. The incident is described as a tumultuous emotional incident. A very few instances press so close to the emotional end of the series that one wonders to what extent they are pathological. Male 28. I fell on my face by a bench and tried to pray. Every time I would call on God, something like a man's hand would strangle me by choking. I thought I would surely die if I did not get help. I made one final effort to call on God for mercy if I did strangle and die, and the last I remember at that time was falling back on the ground with that same unseen hand on my throat. When I came to myself there was a crowd around praising God. The very heavens seemed to open and pour down rays of light and glory. It would not be fair to estimate the average cases by either of the extremes. When the feelings attending conversion were collated and compared with those during the conviction period, they were found not only to be more intense, but to be described more often in physical terms. There is evidence that the whole nature is in a high state of tension, and that the senses are much more acute. The attention is narrowed and fixed. The exact appearance of objects, the presentation of unusual sights, the exact words spoken and heard, the hymns sung, imaginary sounds, and the like are frequently recalled with great minuteness. One person remembers the exact appearance of a pane of glass on which his eyes were resting at the time of conversion. Another recalls in detail the looks of her garments. Prayers rang in the ears of one. Several heard voices of condemnation or assurance. Sometimes it was an inner voice, again, and it was a real voice. Male 26. A voice said, "Believe in me, for I am God." The voice came as if you were out there speaking. The emotion is oftener in terms of feeling than sight or hearing, as of being bound to the seat, having a choking sensation in the throat, carrying a load on the shoulders, and the like. 2. A comparison of the sexes and emotional experiences. There is a difference between the sexes which deserves attention in regard to the vividness of the emotions. The males bear out what we found to be true during the conviction period in comparing the revival conversions with the others, and that at the time of the crisis likewise those converted at revivals have the more highly coloured and apparently momentarily deeper going experience. The females, however, at first sight, exactly contradict what we found in the last chapter. During conviction, the disturbances were greater in the non-revival cases, while at the moment we are now considering the critical point in conversion, it is the revival females who are thrown into intensest emotion. There is one point in explanation of this unexpected difference which has been observed already, and if we read into it a little more carefully, it will show why the group of women, the non-revival, who suffer most pain during the conviction period are most free from it at the critical point of conversion. It is that women are more impressionable than men and are controlled more by large, instinctive feelings. They accept more readily the stimulus of the ensemble when once it is offered to carry them over difficulties. This agrees with the conclusions of Mr. Havelock Ellis. Women respond to stimuli, psychic or physical, more readily than men. This general statement, though it may be modified or limited in certain respects, is uncontested. Resistance to conviction we saw to be less among the revival females. The strength of sermons, the rhythm of music, the encouragement of friends, the force of example, and all the impetus that comes from a religious service often furnish the last stimulus needed to carry the restless, struggling life through its uncertainty and perplexity. Female 14. The sermon seemed just meant for me. Female 23. I was wretched and discontented. I thought it was of no use to try. The music appealed to me. While they were singing, I was much moved and rose to my feet. Similar instances are numerous. The susceptibility to external influences, which helps the woman through her difficulties, at the same time often renders the crisis intensely dramatic. In the presence of the strong forces of a revival, she is often deeply moved. Female 16. As the choir began to sing, I felt a queer feeling about my heart, which might be called a nervous tremor. There was a choking sensation in my throat, and every muscle in my whole body seemed to have received an electric shock. While in this state, hardly knowing what I did, I went forward. On the second night, I was converted and felt that God was pleased with me. Female 12. On the impulse of the moment, I went to the altar. After an hour of pleading and prayer, I felt something go from me, which seemed like a burden lifted, and something seemed floating nearer and nearer just above me. Suddenly I felt a touch as of the Divine One, and a voice said, "Thy sins are forgiven thee. Arise, go in peace." With the non-revival females and both classes of males, the crisis in conversion is not different in kind from the preceding experiences, but is a culmination and intensification of what we found during conviction. These three classes, perhaps, act more naturally and subjectively. There are doubtless many other reasons underlying the differences we have noticed. One that suggests itself that women, by training and custom, are less capable of having vital experiences when in public gatherings. Many customs, such as those of dress, indicate that they expect to be watched. Perhaps they are more genuine when alone. One woman writes, "I used to fight and fight during service to make it vital, and not think about the way I might be impressing others. I had to struggle against being self-conscious." The conclusions reached by Professor Coe in the research quoted in the last chapter are in striking coincidence with those herein presented. He says, "Men and women seem to differ, first of all, in respect to the focusing of religious changes into intense crisis. I find that, whereas 82% of the men report having passed through such periods of awakening, only 50% of the women make such report. Among the women, religion appears more as an atmosphere. It is something all-pervasive and taken for granted. With the men it reaches sharper definition, brings greater struggles, and tends more to climatic periods. The interpretation of this fact is not difficult. It is found in two of the best established distinctions between the mind of the male and that of the female. The first is a greater tendency of the female mind towards feeling. Mr. Havelock Ellis remarks that, as a rule, their affectability protects women from the serious excesses of work or play to which men are liable. In the second place, women are, on the whole, more suggestible than men. Now, the more pervasive feeling and suggestibility are, the less likely is a constant suggestion and incitement like that derived from one's religious training to produce a marked crisis. This does not imply that men have more religious emotion than women, but only that they are more likely to resist religious tendencies up to the point of explosion. These results may be summarized and exhibited as follows. Men, intellect, more prominent, hence more theoretical doubts. Women, sensibility, more prominent, hence more doubt of personal status. Men, emotion focused on definite objects and at definite periods, hence more turbulence. Women, emotion more constant, more diffused, more gentle. Men, less suggestible, resist more, have more intense struggle and less fulfillment of expectation, attain more in solitude. Women, more suggestible, hence yield more readily to ordinary influences, attain less in solitude, have less intense struggle, and more fulfillment of expectation. 3. Antithetical feelings during the crisis. There are almost invariably two kinds of feelings, immediately successive in time, experienced at the time of conversion. The first are those of the conviction period magnified until the subject is brought to the last degree of dejection, humility, confusion, uncertainty, sense of sinfulness, and the like. These directly give place to contrasted feelings such as joy, lightness of heart, clarified vision, exaltation, the sense of free activity, and harmony with God. The second group shade off gradually into the characteristic post-conversion experiences. Somewhere between these exactly opposite kinds of feeling, there is a turning point where the old life seems to cease and the new begin. Just what happens at this point, which is often momentarily, as judged by the surface phenomena, brings such antithesis in the quality of life, is one of the most interesting problems in the study of conversion, as well as one of the most difficult. At the present point, we shall only try to gain such insight into it as is shown incidentally in a description of the feelings. The picture of the mental state at the turning point is as if two lives, the present sinful one and the wished for righteous one, were pressed together in intense opposition and were both struggling for possession of consciousness. The person is principally an observer in the struggle, but suffers from it, and is often torn between the contending forces until he is held between life and death. The ideal life, finally, often momentarily, asserts itself, and there is freedom and joy and exuberance of spirit. In the days when it is customary to speak in more picturesque terms, the conflict was described as one between the Prince of Light and the Prince of Darkness, or as an evil spirit within one which must be cast out bodily. During the strife, the person was a third party to the conflict. Although such a description gives a true picture of the feelings, it is singular that none of the respondents describe the experience in allegorical language, but nearly always as a psychological event. The following is a representative instance. Female, 18. After confirmation, I had even greater discontent and dissatisfaction. I was praying all the way along. I went to a place in the country where a series of meetings was being held. The minister seemed inspired. I asked God through Jesus to forgive me everything. As I was praying, all my sin loomed up before me and was such a weight on my soul. It instantly gave place to joy. I was conscious that God had forgiven my sins. It was such a work of grace done in my soul. Everything seemed heavenly rather than earthly. All night I sang, "Praise God for whom all blessings flow." These brief quotations fairly represent the first half of the process. Male, 19. I mourned and wept and prayed and stood trembling with tears in my eyes. Male, 15. I prayed earnestly for pardon. I was willing to do anything for Christ. Male, 16. I felt the weight of sins as a burden on my mind. Male, 37. I didn't care whether I lived or died. Female, 14. My past life was a source of great regret to me. Conviction became so strong at 14 that I thought I would die that very summer if I did not get relief. I often worried and lost sleep. One evening, after retiring, a queer sensation came over me. It was very dark, as though I was passing through something, and God was right over my head. I trembled intensely and became exhausted and helpless. The general character of the second half of the process is illustrated by the following. Male, 16. Inexpressible joy sprang up in my soul. Male, 12. I saw a flood of light, and faces in the room seemed to reflect the bright light. Male, 15. While praying, I seemed caught up in the presence of Jesus. Male, 19. I perceived a load go off. Female, 12. I had a sudden transport of joy. I wished I might die right then and go to God. Male, 17. The emotion suddenly broke, and I was convinced of the atonement of my sins. If we boil down the impressions from the preceding instances, the residue is the typical experience which has three distinct features, viz., dejection and sadness, a point of transition, and lastly, joy and peace. were one to follow out of the symbolism bound up in the words which represent the first step, dejection, depression, a burden, etc., it would suggest a descending line somewhat shown in A of figure 5. Then follows a sharp turning point, and a line goes upwards, representing the feelings of joy, lightness, exuberance, and elevation of spirit, which are contrasted with the first. Some such diagram seems to represent a composite picture of the crisis in all the cases. There are, however, almost as many variations on it as there are cases studied. Some of them deserve attention. In the first place, the turning point is not always momentary. In the figure, instead of the acute angle between A and B, there would be a curved line in some instances as C and D. In others, we should have simply a turning point, as between E and F. This quotation illustrates, male 12, I felt the condemnation of God passed upon me as on all who refuse to accept Christ as their Saviour. After a long struggle to evade the grace of God, I finally yielded. The Lord did not give me the evidence of my acceptance with Him so manifestly that night as He did the next morning. As I was walking through the woods alone, I shall never forget the sweet peace of soul I then experienced. Another variation from the general type is that of these two kinds of feelings are often completely mingled and blended. Male 75. I was despondent. I went out of doors and cried. I felt my heart lifting and couldn't sit still. Female 12. I felt sad over my sins, yet an inexpressible feeling of gladness came over me. Female 19. I read books and reflected and saw my lack. I knelt and prayed, putting my happiness into every breath and beauty into everything. It is not infrequent that the post-conversion feelings are anticipated during the conviction period by some partial momentary sense of joy or vision of the new life. It is equally true that during the post-conversion period there are often distinct echoes of the conviction stage, shown in a sense of heightened responsibility, temporary disappointment, and a feeling that the change of heart has not been complete. The two types of conversion. An analysis of the cases from a fresh standpoint shows two fairly distinct types of conversion. They may be characterized respectively as escape from sin and spiritual illumination. The first type, escape from sin, is more nearly akin to breaking a habit. It is characteristic of all the older persons studied, and of all, regardless of age, who have led wayward lives. It is connected with the feeling of sinfulness proper, in which the mental state is negative and attended by dejection and self-abnegation. The second type, which we have inadequately termed spiritual illumination, seems to be the normal, at any rate, the most frequent adolescent experience. It involves a struggle after larger life and is largely positive, although often accompanied by uncertainty and distress. After praying and struggling and striving, the light dawns, new insight is attained, and there is joy and a sense of freedom in the new possession. This latter type is attended, to be sure, with much the same feeling just before the crisis as is the escape from sin, but in this case they are mere incidents to the central fact that the new insight is difficult to attain. There is the same juxtaposition in both instances of two inharmonious lives, the old and the new. In the escape from sin, the conflict is between a life that has been lived, a sinful habitual life, and the life of righteousness, while in the other type the conflict is between a life that is not, an incomplete, imperfect, aspiring self, and the life which is to blossom out and be realized. Heretofore we have not distinguished between the conviction feelings from this point of view, although some such distinction is hinted in the grouping in Table 8 on page 59. But if we classify the conviction experiences anew, we find them falling into two groups which we may call the sense of sin on the one hand and the feeling of incompleteness on the other. The sense of sin shows itself as a feeling of wretchedness, heaviness, helplessness, weariness, sensitiveness, and resistance, separation from friends and God, fear, resentment, and so on, feelings which are, after the crisis, by joy, peace, rest, lightness of heart, oneness with others and God, love, exuberance of spirits, sense of free activity, and the like. The feelings are reduced to the last degree of tension, and then recoil, are pent up and suddenly burst. Life appears to force itself to the farthest extreme in any given direction, and then to break into free activity in another. The feeling of imperfection or incompleteness has slightly different accompaniments. There is uncertainty, unrest, mistiness, a dazed feeling, distress, effort, struggle toward an indefinite something, longing for something out of reach, etc., which is followed by peace, happiness, a sense of harmony, a clearing away, a flash of light, freedom, entrance into new life, and so on. Perhaps the purest type of escape from sin is in the case of the conversion of a drunkard, such as is found in the autobiography of John B. Gough or H. H. Hadley, or other records of a similar nature. The following account given by the superintendent of a rescue mission is a fair example of this group. Male, 37. By 12 I found the devil in me, leading me to do wrong. I began drinking at 20. By 26, rum got the upper hand. I was robbed of my manhood, found myself homeless and an outcast. I couldn't work, being broke up with nervousness. I had 3 months of severe struggle. My condition brought up the recollection of home and what I might have been. I was a misery to myself and everybody else. I went to a city mission. That night, in my room in despair, I struggled in prayer. I said, "If there is a God, save me from this life." I didn't care whether I lived or died. While I was struggling in prayer, I felt peace within. A calm came over me. Here is the effect of actual sinfulness, which has become so ingrained as completely to overmaster one's nature. A life burdened out and brought face to face with physical ruin, the opposition between the hopeless present and an ideal, and the dawning of new life when there is complete self-effacement. The other type, spiritual illumination, presents a slightly different picture. The person is not thrown back in the same way into helplessness under habitual sin. There is more of a reaching out, or, on the other hand, an extreme sense of unworthiness and imperfection, in which the longing for the unattained is strongly implied. Female, 15. I prayed day after day, struggling for light. Female, 10. The chief trouble was I did not feel myself so great a sinner as I thought I ought. Female, 16. I felt the need of a religion. I read a certain book and thought over it. I was beginning to despair. Male, 23. I prayed and cried to God for help. I wandered 4 years seeking rest. I went to many a priest for comfort. Female, 18. I felt a dissatisfaction with my way, which lasted several years. It wasn't guilt. I didn't know what I wanted. I had such a desire to be delivered from sin. The feelings which follow the dawn of new life are slightly different from those which follow the escape from sin. Female, 15. While struggling in prayer, peace came to me through the darkness. Female, 10. I came to have a feeling as I do now when a thing is right. Female, unknown age. New light seemed to dawn on me. Male, 23. When an outward help failed, a voice came which said, "There is one, even Christ Jesus, can speak to thy condition." And when I heard it, my heart did leap for joy. Female, 13. I could fairly see the gospel truths which had been misty. Something like the trend of feeling during conversion and the distinction between the two types is shown graphically in Figure 6. No doubt the nature of conversion, as usually conceived, is of the type we have called the escape from sin, represented by the heavy line in the figure. It is important to note, however, that if the cases we are studying are representative, that type of conversion which is accompanied by the feeling of incompleteness is more common than that which is accompanied by the sense of sin. Rarely does either type exist perfectly pure, but each usually savours to some degree the other. Frequently they are so blended as to be indistinguishable. Of those cases which belong rather distinctly to one or the other type, there seem to be about 6 times as many which follow the sense of incompleteness as the escape from sin. There are more of this type in both sexes, and in both revival and non-revival groups. It is the rule for the non-revival females to belong to it. If our analysis is correct, it raises some vital questions as to the help demanded by persons in spiritual difficulty. Doubtless, when there has been waywardness and one has grown habitually sinful, the most efficacious way of rescue is to picture the fate of continuance in sin, to throw the person back on himself, to lead him to see the blackness of sin as contrasted with the beauty of holiness, and to make the break unavoidable, sharp and final. But to use the same methods with all alike, including the youth who is seeking light, is doubtful wisdom. It may be that in this case also it is important in many instances to bring into sharp contrast the ideal life and the present imperfect one. Where there is thoughtlessness, it may be important to set forth, as one writer says, the awful majesty of the moral law. When one is seriously struggling for light, however, when the spiritual seed is disturbing the clod and preparing to grow, we may do violence to it by drastic measures. We shall see evidence in a later chapter that such is often the case, and that persons are often thrown adrift by lack of wisdom on the part of spiritual leaders in meeting individual needs. A question of no little interest is what are the life processes which underlie these diverse manifestations of feelings which we have described. How are two kinds of feelings thrown into sharp opposition? What is happening when the change is made from one type of life to another? We shall be able to answer more adequately when we have the description of the process before us, as the respondents believe it to have occurred. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Psychology of Religion by Edwin Diller Starbuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. In what conversion consists. Just what happens at the point of transition in conversion is the part of which, above all others, escapes analysis by the respondents. Nearly all answered the question, in what did conversion consist? In some way or other, and, while they are usually not able to compass the process and set it forth in words, there was enough talking around the subject here and there to give occasional glimpses of the mental states and processes at the crucial point of conversion. A few had a distinct feeling of something taking place in their natures. Two persons illustrated graphically the process by drawing lines. In both, conversion was pictured by rapidly ascending curves. It is clear that the greater part of the change takes place in the region of the subconscious. We shall have to dredge for the gem of knowledge, even if we acknowledge at last that it escaped us. The aspiring task before us is to take the surface phenomena, which can be put into words by the subjects, and let them lead us, if they will, into processes which are going on beneath. To take the scattered bits of experience which appeal to subconscious, and to fill in some of the gaps and make the picture somewhat more complete, even if it remains extremely imperfect and inadequate. When the states and processes that were thought to be central were analyzed and collated, they formed 7 classes, instances of which are given below. 1. Yielding, self-surrender, breaking pride, etc. Male 15. I finally gave up trying to resist. Male 18. I wanted to be a lawyer and was not willing to do the work God called me to do. After much prayer, I surrendered completely and had the assurance that I was accepted. Female 13. I knew it would be best for me, but there were some things I could not give up. When relief came, all my pride was gone. Female 17. I had said I would not give up, and when my will was broken, it was all over. Male 17. I simply said, Lord, I have done all I can. I leave the whole matter with Thee. Immediately, like a flash of light, there came to me a great peace. It is a common phenomenon that when the person surrenders his or her will, the new life suddenly springs up. When the personal will ceases, the larger will comes in. 2. Determination, exercise of will, etc. Male 19. I determined to yield my heart and life to God's service. Female 13. One day I made up my mind I would be for Christ always. Female 18. I made up my mind to be a Christian, regardless of feeling. Male 18. It was deciding for the sake of doing right and influencing others. The cases are interesting in which there is a determination to yield, an experience that is halfway between two groups, the first and second, which are apparently contradictory. 3. Forgiveness. Female 13. I felt the wrath of God resting on me. I called on Him for aid and felt my sins forgiven. Female 16. I felt God's forgiveness so distinctly. Male 15. I seemed to hear Jesus speak words of forgiveness. a purely mental experience. Male 15. Gradually the sense came over me that I had done my part and God was willing to do his, and that he was not angry with me. I had a sense of sins forgiven. 4. God's help or presence of some outside power, generally not involving forgiveness. Male 19. By God's special grace and help I sought peace publicly and found it. Male 27. I saw the words, "Without blood there is no remission," and the Holy Spirit sealed them to my heart. Male 15. I felt sure I had received the Holy Spirit. 5. Public confession. Often after the battle has been fought out on the plane of conscience or reason, the crucial thing in the feeling of certain processes yet remains, viz., making it known to the world. The social sanction is a surprisingly strong factor in the change. Male 15. I did feel that in taking this public step, I had crossed the Rubicon. Male 13. I held up my hand in prayer meeting as a profession of faith in Christ. Female unknown age. I rose for prayer and felt relieved. Male 12. At the call for those who wished to pray, I was immediately on my feet, and it seemed as if a great burden had been removed. Public confession seems often closely akin to forgiveness and the sense of harmony with God, the sanction of the church, and the approval of friends standing for the more abstract relation. It is also closely related to breaking pride and self-surrender. 6. Spontaneous awakening. This class consists, in the purest instances, of what in the last chapter was termed spiritual illumination. These are cases in which the new life bursts forth without any apparent immediate adequate cause. Male 22. I got to attending revivals and thought much over my condition and how to know I was saved. Everything depended on him that cometh unto me, etc. Cometh was the pivotal word. One evening while walking along the road, it came to me that it was all right now. Male 11. After failing of relief at revival, I was singing songs by myself at home. After I got through singing, I sat and thought, "Why, God does forgive me, and if I live right, he will help me." Male 37. I had been a drunkard for years and struggled against my better sensibilities. I attended a city mission. I read the Bible and prayed far into the night. Then I went to sleep, and during the night the thing had cleared itself up in my mind, and I was ready to live or die by it. Female 13. For 4 years I had wanted to be a Christian, but could not feel my sins forgiven. One morning, sitting in my room reading, peace just seemed to come, and I was happy indeed. Male 14. I cannot now designate any external cause of my conversion. I wanted to be a Christian, and without speaking to anyone about it, prayed for forgiveness. Relief came as a sense of peace and forgiveness. My religious life seemed to come into being at that moment. It came without any thought or act of my own. Such cases have probably some direct antecedent thought or action which temporarily fades away and is revived in the finished result. 7. Feeling of oneness with God or with friends. Male 15. I felt my sins forgiven, and for the first time in my life I really enjoyed a prayer meeting. I felt I had something in common with the church members who spoke to me. I enjoyed speaking to them and felt at rights with God. Female 12. The witness of the Spirit that I was a child of God's was very clear. Male 17. It was a sudden awakening, so I could say in my heart, "Our Father in heaven." Male 14. I knelt and prayed. I seemed immersed for the moment in a larger being, as though it had closed about me. I felt sure I had received the Holy Spirit. The idea of oneness is also involved in forgiveness. It runs likewise at one point into public confession, from the fact that the sense of oneness is often only the condition of coming into harmonious relationship with the social order. The quotations above are given to show how they form a series from those in which the sense of oneness is concrete and personal, to those in which it is abstract and spiritual. The relative frequency of the various elements thought to be central is given in Table 11. The same person often mentioned facts which came under 2 or more of the 7 headings. The percentages were distributed so that the sum of each column gives 100%. The figures do not show, therefore, the percent of cases in which each element enters, but the relative prominence of the various classes. In the table, the different groups are placed in the order of their prominence. That quality of conversion in which the new life bursts forth spontaneously is by far the most common. The conscious exercise of will and self-surrender are at the small end of the list. The last group, divine aid, would have been much larger had the cases not been excluded in which the sense of forgiveness was the distinctive feature, although they often clearly imply divine intervention. A comparison of the sexes. When we inquire at this point for the likeness and differences between the experiences of females and males, the matter has become more complicated. In some respects, there is an agreement with what we have already found. For example, public confession is greater among females. They were found before to be more influenced by surroundings. The most patent fact, however, is that at the time of conversion, the sexes which during the conviction period differed widely are reduced more nearly to the same level. The two columns of percents in Table 11 show a very striking contrast. The similarity is yet more apparent in Table 12, following which the rival and non-revival cases are compared. The relation of these classes is generally about the same for both sexes. For example, determination is less among the revival females than among the non-revival. It is also less among the revival males. During the conviction period, on the contrary, the females and males were usually contradictory. In some respects, Table 11 seems exactly to contradict our previous results. Determination, the feeling of expenditure of effort, is greater among females instead of less. Self-surrender is greater also among females, although there was clearly greater willfulness and tendency to resist conviction up to this point among the males. On the other hand, the sense of oneness with God, which is largely a feeling, is more frequent among the males, who have heretofore manifested relatively less feeling. The spontaneous bursting forth of new life is likewise about as common among the males. If we look carefully, however, we find these apparent anomalies falling in line with our previous analysis. Conversion for males is a more violent incident than for females, and more sudden. The man prepares for it longer. The conviction period is of longer duration, weighs the possibilities, resists the forces which oppose his will, and when they become irresistible, the change is cataclysmic. But, as we have already found, height of feeling is at the expense of conscious will. At the moment of the crisis, accordingly, the conscious expenditure of effort, as well as the relaxation of it, are less appreciated. At the same time, feeling, which is incidental to the intense experience, is vivid in consciousness. It will be noticed, too, that the intenser experience is accompanied by a tendency to objectify it, as is shown in the fact that forgiveness and divine aid are greater among males. At the moment of conversion, there is less heat among the females, and a greater ability to get the experience in terms of consciousness. The worth of this explanation is emphasized by observing that, in the following table, determination, in which emotion is less marked, and also oneness with God are greater with both sexes in the non-revival class. The foregoing facts are in line with other bits of knowledge in regard to the sexes. The life of the female is more organic, more of one piece. She is usually recognized as being the conserving element in the racial transmission. As in racial life, so in individual growth, there seems to be more continuity and evenness in the stream of her life. There is an interesting analogy also on the physical side to this aspect of religious growth. In his study of puberty, Dr. Bierent says, translating freely, if that stage, puberty, marks an acute and violent crisis among males, among females it is only an agitation. In other words, we say of a girl that her puberty reaches its culmination, of a boy that his puberty becomes a paroxysm. A comparison of the revival cases with the others. Some of the essential differences between the revival and non-revival cases have been pointed out in the preceding section. Self-surrender, forgiveness, and public confession are, as we should expect, greater in the revival cases. It should be noted that in the non-revival conversions, determination and spontaneous awakening are both greater. We shall see later that they may be closely connected. The relation between the various conviction states and the essential elements at the crisis in conversion. Our purpose now is to ascertain what particular conviction experience each of these groups we are studying is most likely to follow. In Table 13, we have selected 6 of the characteristic conviction phenomena. These appear at the top of the table. Below are the numbers showing the frequency with which each of them is followed by any or all of the 7 types of experience during the crisis. Incomplete records and doubtful cases are omitted. We shall be concerned primarily with the relative magnitude of the numbers in the vertical columns. If all the groups were equally characteristic of the conviction period, or of the crisis, we could interpret both the horizontal and vertical columns. Since the groups are not equally prominent, this would clearly be unfair. We can say with fairness, however, that the sense of sin, for example, inasmuch as it exists as a common experience before conversion, is equally liable to show itself in any of the 7 types of conversion phenomena, unless there is some intrinsic reason why it should break forth in a particular one. The question is, simply, given any experience before conversion, the sense of sin, for example, what is most likely to follow at the point of conversion? Looking at this column, we see, for instance, that forgiveness is the most liable to result in determination of the least. It will simplify our discussion if we consider the first 3 columns together, in which a passive temperament is expressed, and somewhat by themselves the last 3, which show more clearly an element of will. The first 3 columns gives evidence, in the first place, that the feeling of expenditure of effort at the point of conversion is small, as is shown by the relative smallness of the numbers after determination. On the contrary, self-surrender, which involves the giving up of personal will, is much more frequent, and it should be borne in mind that an element of self-surrender is contained also in forgiveness. Forgiveness, which is in general the most prominent sequence of these 3 states, implies a reliance on an external means of escape. This is true, likewise, of divine aid. From the frequency of forgiveness, one sees that the sin sense is uppermost in conversion. Spontaneous awakening is second in importance. It shows perhaps a recoil from the tension of feeling. The natural result of the escape from sin and of estrangement, which means seclusion, is the sense of oneness with God. The last 3 columns emphasize the same points and bring forward some others. One might expect in the sequence of these types, which involve an active temperament, that determination would be strong likewise during the crisis, but on the contrary, it is the smallest of all the groups, while, as before, self-surrender is prominent. It is remarkable that in these 3 columns, in which the element of will is present, self-surrender is much more prominent than in the preceding 3. In the columns we are now considering, it is evident that self-surrender is important, whether one's effort is against the new life, as in resistance to conviction, or toward it, as in prayer and personal effort. That is, at the crisis in conversion, no matter whether or not the will has been definitely exercised, and regardless of the direction in which it has been exercised, it is an important step toward spiritual regeneration that the personal will be given up. Especially is this true when there is resistance conviction, after which self-surrender and forgiveness stand much above any of the other groups. Forgiveness is naturally the most prominent item following prayer, with a sense of oneness also frequent. It should be noted that divine aid is smaller in these 3 columns than in the last 3. We have in the foregoing only half the picture of the effect of the will. The purest result will be found in the last column, personal effort, striving in the direction of the new life. In this column, spontaneous awakening is the most frequent item. It is also next to the most frequent after prayer. If this is true, it appears that the will is not valueless in the process of conversion, as we were about to conclude, but, on the contrary, it may be of the first importance. After the person has striven in the direction of the new life, it would seem that it tends to come of itself. God helps them who help themselves. It may be that the effort expended is one direct cause of the likewise unaccountable awakening. We shall have occasion in the next chapter to see in what way effects work themselves out beneath the surface in human nature. It is interesting to notice the contrast to the above in the column under resistance to conviction, in which spontaneous awakenings instead of being the rule, are the exception. The effort must be in the direction of the new life and not against it, if the new life is to spring up of itself. Otherwise, the road lies through self-surrender and forgiveness. The sense of oneness is relatively absent after resistance, instead of frequent, as in conversions which follow striving toward the new life. Our discussion seems to settle down to this: there are two essential aspects of conversion: that in which there is self-surrender and forgiveness, accompanied by a sense of harmony with God, and that in which the new life bursts forth spontaneously as a natural recoil from the sense of sin, or as a result of a previous act of the will in striving toward righteousness. In turning away now for a time from the evidence from the records themselves of what happens at the moment of conversion, the central impression is that our goal has not been compassed, that at best we have hints of it, that the explanation of the process has escaped us. We shall be contented largely at last with the description of the process, which we shall attempt when all the facts are before us. In the next chapter we shall consider more in detail the element of spontaneity involved in conversion. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Psychology of Religion by Edwin Diller Starbuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. The conscious and subconscious elements in conversion. 1. The conscious element involved. In this chapter we may add one more to the many shades of meaning of the term conscious. We shall use the word in a very general, though fairly consistent way, to stand for the undifferentiated center at which the intellection and volition separate. It represents an element of purpose, insight, and choice, as distinguished from mere response to environment, reaction to stimuli, and blind determination. This question is not simply how much of conversion is willed, but how much of the process, as it is being wrought out, rises into consciousness. And, on the other hand, is there evidence that part of the process is worked out automatically by the nervous system, or as Oliver Wendell Holmes says, by a creating and informing spirit which is with us and not of us? There are evidences of the presence of both conscious self-direction and automatism in conversion. Among the evidences of the latter are the apparent smallness of the intellectual factor among the conscious motives to conversion, and also of the volitional element at the time of change. For example, during the conviction period, conscious following out of teaching was mentioned in only 10% of the cases, in response to a moral idea in only 17%, while imitation and social pressure were recognized in 32% of them. We have just seen that the conscious exercise of will was rarely mentioned as being central at the time of conversion, that an apparently spontaneous awakening was found to be the prominent factor in the change, increases the evidence that the process is automatic. Public confession may mean that the subject is driven by surroundings. The sense of forgiveness and that of oneness with God also generally indicate that the experience is worked out in the sphere of feeling. There are, however, many evidences of the presence of conscious purpose. It is often mentioned as a recognized factor. Besides, the cases show that public confession is often made in spite of adverse surroundings. Self-surrender generally means that the subject is drawn between two possible courses and must decide between them. The persistent struggle often shown during conviction, sometimes towards a definite end and sometimes toward a dimly defined one, indicates the presence, perhaps, of incipient ideation and volition. In order to arrive at an estimate of the conscious concomitant, the cases were studied through with that alone in view. The result of it is the most uncertain of all the attempts at tabulation. It necessitates evaluation at every point, so that the source of error is very great. The table following, accordingly, has less value than those that have preceded. A valuable check on the possibility of such evaluation was that another person worked through the cases and obtained practically the same results as those of the writer. The cases were separated into 5 classes, as determined by the prominence of the conscious element. First, the ones in which it is absent or nearly so. These are largely cases of imitation, adolescent ferment, and the like. Second, those in which it is small. Third, those in which the conscious and automatic forces are about evenly balanced. Fourth, in which there was apparently a predominance of insight and a moving along a clearly marked course; and lastly, those in which the conscious element seems without much doubt to be the determining factor. The following instances of each class will give an idea of the valuation. 1. Male, 15. It began largely as imitation. A friend told me I was not free from liability to divine displeasure. Female, 8. At camp meeting, I went to the altar with 20 others. In the uncertainty at the altar, I repeated after the leader, "I believe him." I knew I was converted, and afterwards I had great comfort in Bible reading and prayer and in times of anxiety. 2. Female, 11. From my earliest days I had wanted to be a Christian. I felt desire, unrest, and fear. Many were going forward at the revival. That made it easy for me. I made confession by speaking in meeting and felt the presence of God. Male, 14. I was influenced by the example of father and mother. Besides this, I had a sense of duty. I was afraid of being lost and felt that I was not good enough to become a Christian. I broke my pride and made public confession. 3. Female, 16. I became deeply convicted of sin. For 3 weeks I spent much time in prayer and had an awful sense of helplessness. Relief came during a revival. I made up my mind the Sunday before that I would rise for prayer. I think it came through my own thought and deliberate choice. Female, 14. I thought a great deal about the afterlife and knew I must decide. I had a sort of depressed feeling, and I engaged in prayer. 3 days after making up my mind, relief came by feeling God's forgiveness. 4. Female, 14. I had an unsatisfied feeling and a craving for a higher life. I fought and struggled in prayer to get the feeling that God was with me. With the greatest effort, I endeavored to get some glimpse of light. While struggling for light, peace came to me through the darkness, and I felt at rest. Male, 18. I wanted to make the most possible out of life and to exert the right influence over my pupils and over young people. It was also a divine instinct, gratitude for blessings received, that led me to make a personal choice. I decided in the matter at home that I would not only be partly right, but wholly right. Female, 18. The change was purely in making up my mind that I would live as Christ would have me. Whether certain feelings came or not, I felt happy and satisfied. Male, 12. It seemed only deliberate choice gradually growing and reaching its climax at conversion. The duty I owed to Christ, who had done so much for me, was the chief factor. My conversion was just a jump for the better in the direction of the gradual growth which had preceded. According to the above standard of classification, these cases resulted as shown in Table 13a. It is seen from the table that there are a few cases only in which the conscious element is either absent or apparently the principal determining factor in the change. They arrange themselves in a series from the almost wholly externally determined conversions to those which come from clear insight and which are controlled largely by subjective forces. The males form a pretty regular series, there being about the same number in which the conscious element is largely present and largely absent, and they culminate at the point where the conscious and unconscious elements are equally commingled. The females fall more on the side of the automatic. 19% of the females, as against 2% of the males, belong to the class in which the conscious element is absent. The most frequent group is the second, in which the conscious accompaniment is somewhat small. The point of special interest is that most of the cases fall between the extremes. That is, in the conversion, the conscious and unconscious forces rarely exist separately, but usually act together and interact on each other. Age has much to do with the place in the series into which any case will fall. It will be noticed in the table that the average age of both males and females increases gradually with the increase of the conscious concomitant, showing again that the spiritual awakenings in different stages of life doubtless have a very different content. 2. The unconscious or automatic element. The importance of the conscious element is not simply in its presence immediately at conversion. Without exception, the cases studied, no matter how suddenly the new life bursts forth, have antecedents in thought or action that appear to lead up directly to the phenomena of conversion. The picture seems to be that of a flow of unconscious life rising now and then into conscious will, which, in turn, sets going new forces that readjust the sum of the old thoughts in feelings and actions. Whether the flow of physiological processes first gives rise to the thought product, or whether the incipient conversion holds a causal relation to the flash of new life and activity, cannot be determined. So much is clear, that before and during conversion, the two things go together and interact upon each other. The whole conviction period seems to be a disturbance in the automatic, habitual processes caused by the presence of an incipient, but still dim and confused idea. Life is continually prodded by forces from without. Reverses in life, death, the example of a beautiful personality, ideas from other people, the demands of established institutions, and the like, are frequently mentioned as among the things which shake life from its self-content and lead it into a recognition of a larger world than its own. Although we have seen the spontaneous awakening type of conversion to be the most frequent, there is not a single instance of this type in which there have not been some antecedents in thought or action which may be regarded as causes leading toward the awakening. The way in which a thought or experience leaves its impress and works itself out in the sphere of subconscious is best shown by some typical cases. Female, unknown age. A year before my conversion I had been to the altar, but felt no better. I wasn't ready to become a Christian. The following year, during revivals, I felt more in earnest than ever before. I went to the altar 2 nights in succession. I went in spite of my friends. A friend came and spoke to me, and it came over me like a flash of lightning that I was saved. I remember distinctly what different persons said to me afterwards. Here is shown an effort by an unripe nature, a year of perseverance, and at last, under favourable surroundings, the things thought for coming like a flash. The mental tension at the time of conversion is shown by the permanence of the impressions made on the senses. One young woman writes, "The change came in the ordinary course. No one else had anything to do with it. I know no cause." But in describing the pre-conversion experiences, she says, "The fears of being lost set me to thinking. I regretted my moral negligence. For 6 months nothing gave me any rest, and I engaged much in prayer." Male 15. I felt self-condemnation at having done wrong. At the end of 10 days I went into my bedroom and prayed. "Jesus, take me," is all I said. As I rose and walked across the room it came to me that I was sincere and my prayer was real, and I believed my acceptance with God. Sometimes the experience which precedes the change is weeks and even months of intense thought struggle and prayer. Often the thought or act which sticks in one's consciousness and seems to prepare it for the awakening is very small. This may depend on one's ripening for the new experience. Male 19. Knowledge of sin had ripened into the sense of sin. At church, one sentence in the sermon caught my attention, though I was usually inattentive. The impression faded away immediately. 2 days later, while in business, there was a sudden arrest of my thought without a consciously associated natural cause. My whole inner nature seemed summoned to a decision for or against God, and in 5 minutes I had distinctly formed purpose to seek Him. It was followed immediately by a change, the principal manifestation of which was a willingness to make known my decision in hope of divine forgiveness. These antecedents to the change are numerous and various. They are determination to yield, longing, effort, performance of some act, serious thought, and the like. We should recall in this connection that spontaneous awakening is the most frequent conversion phenomena following effort in the direction of the new life. If we ask in what way these antecedents to conversion help work out a transformation of character, it will have to be admitted at the start that what happens below the threshold of consciousness must, in the nature of the case, evade analysis. It tends to fill in the chasm in our knowledge, however, to explain it in terms of the nervous system and its functionings. It is a generally accepted notion that every thought or feeling or volition involves some activity in the nervous system. In the language of Professor James, who has given the most lucid account of this point of view, there are mechanical conditions on which thought depends, and which, to say the least, determine the order in which is presented the content or material for her comparisons, selections, and decisions. And a new idea entertained means that a new connection between the two cerebral areas has been formed, or that there has been some fresh combination of nervous discharges in the cerebrum. If two ideas are brought together in consciousness, the condition underlying it is that two nerve tracts have functioned simultaneously, or in close sequence. One of the most certain of all the principles relating to nerve activity is that most of it goes on independently of conscious volition, just as the beating of the heart is carried on by the lower nerve centers without our being aware of it. So cerebral activity goes on automatically, even during reverie and sleep. New stimuli are constantly raining in through the senses. Circulation and nutrition are storing up energy of different degrees of potentiality in different areas of the nervous system. Each discharge in the cerebrum becomes in turn a stimulus to the areas surrounding it. As a consequence, the nervous system is like a wind-swept lake. The elements of consciousness are recombining and perpetually taking on new coloring without our knowing it until the products start up into clearness. The difference between the conscious and subconscious elements is perhaps in the degree of resistance in the nervous system to the neural discharge, which corresponds to a certain idea. If a discharge has little dynamic significance, or if it has become habitual and easy, the even flow of consciousness is not disturbed by it. If, on the other hand, an idea is difficult of realization, and at the same time involves a considerable fraction of the available nervous energy and a violent readjustment of the neural elements, it may be lifted up above the threshold of consciousness, and may have even momentous significance. Now, if our sketch of this aspect of mental life is true, we are in a position to see the relation between the longings and strivings, the perplexity and uncertainty, the seriousness and the like, which precede conversion, and the seemingly inexplicable outbursts of life which follow. It means that spontaneous awakenings are, in short, the fructification of that which has been ripening within the subliminal consciousness. Those phenomena we have designated antecedents to conversion may have significance in either of two ways. In the first place, they may be casual, in that they constitute new and foreign elements, which come in and directly lead up to the changed aspect of life which eventually appears. An instance of this kind may be found in the case quoted above, in which the young woman went to the altar the year before her conversion without realizing the desired experience. This idea may have established an ideal which worked itself out meanwhile, so that it came over her like a flash of lightning that she was saved. Secondly, an antecedent element may simply be an index of the surface of which is going on beneath, as in another case above, in which a sentence in the sermon that caught the young man's attention may have been an indication of the growth between the ripening of the sense of sin and the sudden but distinctly formed purpose to seek God. It will clear the matter up if we illustrate by a diagram the connection between the antecedents and the awakening. We shall begin with the most difficult case, that in which the awakening succeeds the characteristic depression and spiritual discontent. And if that becomes clear, the rest will follow easily. In Figure 7, we shall let A, B, C, D stand for brain areas, or bits of experience, which are real to the person before conversion, viz., right conduct, wise teaching, wholesome affections, some budding idea, as the case may be, all of which, when taken together, hint some larger revelation, R, which is dimly felt. The dreamed of ideal, R, becomes a new and disturbing factor in consciousness. When the mind is once disturbed, it cannot rest until harmony has been restored. It is like a new element coming to the physical organism, which must be assimilated as food or cast out, like a splinter in the flesh, as a foreign substance. The mental state is that of the unwholeness, anxiety, and pain we have described. There is a beating around the bush, a wanting something and not knowing what. But now, under the emotional stress of a revival, or following the natural processes of growth, harmony is unexpectedly struck among the suggestions, MNOP, of the bits of experience, A, B, C, D. The scattered ends seem to pick up and live. The condition is illustrated in Figure 8. R becomes the more fuller, more adequate and organizing center. It is life on a new plane, a fresh insight, a larger outlook on the world. The process of regeneration becomes, from this point of view, the feeling of ease, harmony, and free activity, after the last step of assimilation and readjustment has been taken. Religious awakening is by no means a unique experience, but falls in with the recognized facts of mental assimilation. The instances are numerous in solving problems, making inventions, reaching scientific conclusions, and the like. A person's feeling after an idea with unrest and perplexity until the result is finally presented to clear consciousness ready-made. The case of Sir William Rowan Hamilton's discovery of the method of quaternions is in point because of its similarity in most respects to the mental clarification which announces new religious insight. Hamilton writes, "Tomorrow will be the 15th birthday of the quaternions. They started into life, or light, full grown, on the 16th of October, 1843. As I was walking with Lady Hamilton to Dublin, and came up to the Broughton Bridge, that is to say, I then and there felt the galvanic current of thought close, and the sparks which fell from it were the fundamental equations between I, J, K, exactly such as I have used them ever since. I pulled out on the spot a pocket-book, which still exists, and made an entry on which, at the very moment, I felt that it might be worth my while to expend the labour of at least 10, or it might be 15 years to come. But then it is fair to say that was because I felt a problem at the moment solved, an intellectual want relieved, which had haunted me for at least 15 years before. In this particular instance, the conviction period lasted 15 years, accompanied by an intellectual want, until finally the galvanic current of thought closed, bringing with it what we have called a spontaneous awakening and relief." If we turn to the numerous instances of conversion, of striving to obtain a revelation, we shall find it a special case of the principles of unconscious cerebration and mental assimilation just considered, and shall arrive at the same time at some understanding of the function of the will in conversion. In the act of trying, the ideal life is more keenly felt than in the instance we have been considering, the condition of vaguely feeling after it. And some one course, say BN of figure 7, is selected as the means of attaining R. After one exerts an effort, the fruition of it is accomplished by the life forces which act through the personality. It is a well-known law of the nervous system that it tends to form itself in accordance with the mode in which it is habitually exercised. It is only a slight variation on this law to say that the nervous system grows in the direction of the expenditure of effort. The unaccomplished volition is doubtless an indication that new nerve connections are budding, that a new channel of mental activity is being opened, and in turn the act of centering force, trying, in the given direction may, through increased circulation and heightened nutrition at that point, itself directly contribute to the formation of those nerve connections, through which the high potential of energy which corresponds to the new insight expends itself. On the mental side, this law is illustrated in the familiar instances of trying to recall a forgotten name, giving it up and having it flash across the mind at some unexpected moment, and of solving problems during sleep which have been struggled with unsuccessfully during the day. The mind seems to have a way of working ahead at its difficulties unconsciously. Dr. Smith, in using the Ebbinghaus series of nonsense syllables in the study of memory, finds that if one fails to recall some member of a given series, it is the forgotten member which pops up in the succeeding series, rather than the members which have been recalled, and which, being the best known, might be expected to be the first to recur. The mind has delivered itself of the remembered ones, and in that respect is at ease. The forgotten one, following the effort of the will to recall, blocks the free current of mental activity until it is worked out. This is what we have seen in conversion. The ideal dawns, the will is exercised in its direction. Failing, there is an unrest and distress. Finally, the ideal is unexpectedly realized. The function of the will in conversion, then, seems to give point and direction to the unconscious processes of growth, which, in turn, work out and give back to clear consciousness the revelation striven after. It is instructive to notice, as an illustration of how unconscious cerebral activity works out new changes, the instances in which the change of heart has been brought about during sleep. There are 4 such among our number. This is representative. Female 10. Something said by the minister at a funeral brought me under deep conviction. After going to bed, I wept long and bitterly and asked God to forgive my sins. The next morning I was in a new world. What I experienced can only be known by one who has been born of the Spirit. This falls in line with a familiar instance of trying to solve some problem at night and finding it in the morning that the brain has done the rest during sleep. A music teacher of the writer's acquaintance says to his pupils, "Just keep on trying, and some day all of a sudden you will find yourself playing." The agonizing to enter in may often be the only way to the new insight, and a definite cause in bringing it about. Perhaps the longing to be so helps make the soul immortal. Insofar as this principle applies, it should emphasize for the religious teacher, or one in spiritual difficulty, the precept of patience, and should bring hope at the point of discouragement. Let one do all in his power, and the nervous system will do the rest. Or, said it another way, man's extremity is God's opportunity. This seems to be one of the central principles underlying the philosophy of Browning. All we have willed or hoped or dreamed of good shall exist, not its semblance but itself. The high that proved too high, the heroic for earth too hard, the passion that left the ground to lose itself in the sky, are music sent up to God by the lover and the bard. Enough that he heard it once, we shall hear it by and by. Have we withered or agonized? Why else was the pause prolonged, but that singing might issue thence? Although the exercise of the will is an important element in conversion, we are confronted with the paradox pointed out in the last chapter, that in the same persons who strive toward the higher life, self-surrender is often necessary before the sense of assurance comes. The personal will must be given up. In many cases, relief persistently refuses to come until the person ceases to resist, or to make an effort in the direction he desires to go. Female 19. I had 2 years of doubts and questionings. It was my disposition to look at everything intellectually. I found I must give myself up into Christ's hands. I stopped thinking about puzzling questions. I had faith in him and found peace. Female 13. After 7 days of anxious thought and meditation, I gave my heart to God, and he sent peace. The feeling came, how I cannot tell. Male 15. After I had done everything in my power, it seemed that the change took place. I saw I had depended too much on my own power. Male 45. All at once it occurred to me that I might be saved too, if I would stop trying to do it all myself and follow Jesus. I determined right then to test his power and love. While at the altar I determined to live a Christian life the remainder of my days, whether I felt forgiven or not. Somehow I lost my load. Male 15. I finally ceased to resist and gave myself up, though it was a hard struggle. Gradually the feeling came over me that I had done my part and God was willing to do his. At this point we naturally feel ourselves closest to the mystery and conversion, and face to face with that aspect of the question where explanation, if it avails for anything, must throw some light on the whole process. Why can the new insight not be attained through one's effort? What is the new life which bursts forth at the point of self-surrender? What has faith to do in the process? We shall advance 2 or 3 considerations which should lead us a little way toward the answer. The personal will is likely to fail to attain the new life, in the first place, because it may be exercised not quite in the right direction. This will become clear by making a slight variation in figures 7 and 8 above, as shown in figures 9 and 10. A, B, C, D, as before, are the cerebral centers or organizing centers of consciousness, which represent the imperfect self. R is the true insight, after which the person is feeling his or her way toward the new scattered elements of the old personality are tending as indicated in MNOP. But in the nature of the case, the imperfect self cannot picture R so that it may really be the goal of his striving. These subconscious forces, the buddings of new life, have far outstripped the growth of mental analysis, so that there is lifted up before him, as a cloud in a mist, an ideal towards which he longs and struggles, but he can never know R until it has blossomed out and has actually been lived. He is not able to appreciate the tendencies of growth, MNOP, by way of consciously helping them along. It is a corollary of the principle of unconscious cerebration, which we have just been considering, that these tendencies must remain below the possibility of analysis. Consequently, the insight striven after falls short of the true revelation. This aim is represented by R1 in the figure, toward which the person strives, but is striving at a wrong angle. Doubtless the trying has been in the right general direction, and has helped to carry the life in the vicinity of R, but there has been an aggravating discord between the line of personal effort and the normal trend of development. What must the person do? He must cease trying. He must relax and let the nervous energy, which has been pent up and aching for some outlet of expression, seek its natural and normal channels. That is, he must fall back on the larger power that makes for righteousness, which has been welling up in his being. Let it finish in its own way the work it has begun. When the person is at last ripe for the experience, when the lines of growth have been focused to one point, when the imperfect line can no longer assert itself in the presence of the larger life that is seeking expression, the change comes, which means on the psychic side a new spiritual birth. Self-surrender, then, is often necessary in order that the normal tendencies of growth may converge and flow into harmony, and that the point of new insight may be, for the person yielding, the truest organizing center of life. It is a common occurrence that the new life comes in strange and unexpected ways. The amount of surprise, suppose we say, is an index of the angle between the direction of the will and the normal lines of growth. But the most vital point in the necessity of self-surrender has only been hinted. The exercise of the personal will is an emphasis of life in terms of the imperfect self. On the contrary, the elements of the old life must be swallowed up in the new synthesis. The point R, toward which the life forces are converging, must itself become the organizing center of life. The condition shown in Figure 9 must give place to that represented in Figure 10 above. Capital R is a new cerebral center of organization of nerve elements. The old brain centers A, B, C, D are now referred to it. From the standpoint of the mental life, R is now the ego, the new personality, in terms of which everything else is seen. As long as the old condition persists, the imperfect self being the point of reference, the truth of new life, R, was seen objectively. It must no longer be seen from without, however, but from within. Capital R is to become the embodiment of the truth looked on before the outside. I must become it, and it must become a part of me. Conscious volition before the change of heart is the willful assertion that life shall still be viewed through the old portholes rather than from a new vantage ground. It is God and sinful man striving against each other. It is at the point of self-surrender that the deadlock is broken and the man comes forth into a new world. The act of yielding in this point of view is giving oneself over to the new life, making it the center of a new personality and living from within the truth of it which had before been viewed objectively. We should almost be able at this point to anticipate the experiences following conversion, the newness, mingled strangeness and reality, buoyancy, joy, and peace which accompany the event of entering life on the new plane. They will be taken up, however, in the next chapter. We are in a position now to appreciate the function of faith in conversion. Faith is the next step after self-surrender, or even the accompaniment of it. The full assurance never comes until everything, old attachments, affections, animosities, any clinging to the old life is given up. The person is completely relaxed. Then faith comes in, which means that the soul is in a receptive attitude, that it is left open, so that the new currents of mental activity may flow together into one great stream. one throws oneself completely on the world will, so that one may become a receiver of its truth and an organ of its activity. The amount of faith exercised is an implicit recognition of the discrepancy between the old life and the new, or rather the power which is behind the new. The heat and bustling and worry and agonizing give place to a confident assurance that the larger will issue forth. "Be still and know that I am God," was Jehovah's command. A certain music teacher says to her pupils after the thing to be done has been clearly pointed out and unsuccessfully attempted, "Stop trying and it will do itself." Holmes disavowed having written his best poems; they were written for him. In conversion, the assurance comes after the person has given up his will and thrown himself trustfully upon the larger life. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Psychology of Religion by Edwin Diller Starbuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. The Quality of Feeling Following Conversion. There is a period just after the crisis in conversion, lasting, as the case may be, from a few hours to several months, or even years, which has as distinct a character as the period preceding. In many ways it is the exact antithesis to the pre-conversion period. In this chapter we shall have to consider its character, viewed from the standpoint of the emotional experiences. The feelings are generally directed, opposed to those which precede conversion. They indicate relief from the tension and stress of the conviction period, and consequently are accompanied by the joy, happiness, lightness of heart, and spiritual exaltation, which naturally attend free activity and the exercise of a new power. For the sake of seeing the post-conversion phenomena fall into harmony as we proceed, let us try to get a point of view which centrally underlies the variety of experiences. That is the thing which normally in point of development comes at last, and perhaps should be left to each person after we have surveyed the ground. But to consider it first will contribute to clearness as we proceed. The phenomena cluster about the birth of a new self, the organization of nerve elements about a new center, or, as we saw in the last chapter in Figure 10, the organization of life about R, in such a way that it becomes the point of reference for experience instead of A, B, C, D. So that in considering the abstract feelings which result, the central fact for us, however incongruous it may appear with the unselfing to be discussed in the next chapter, is the functioning of a new and exalted personality. The ego is lifted up into new significance. Male 15. I felt I belonged to a new category of being, nobler and more worthy to exist. Female 12. The Bible was a new book to me. I read it with joy and felt its laws and admonitions and its promises were all for me. The respondent underscored me. Male 15. I felt that God was my Father and Christ my elder brother and Savior. Female 16. Before God had been far off in the sky, too holy and good to let me close to him. Now he was a tender, loving Father and very near. Nature seemed to feel with me. Male 23. All at once light and peace came into my soul as gently as the sun coming up on a June morning. Heaven and earth seemed to meet. All was love. I was embraced in the great plan of redemption. Provision was made for me, even me. I wept often that God should love even me. I laughed that now I was the child of God, and the equal of any other creature. The best things in the world were for me as for anyone else. The sense of exaltation of a new ego, of being lifted up into the life of God, is the rule. There is a state of mind which sometimes occurs, however, that seems at first sight exactly to contradict this, viz., that of a sense of personal unworthiness and humility. Female 12. I do not live any more, but Christ lived in me. In the last case quoted above, the greatness of God is implied throughout, although the larger life of the me is central. The two apparently opposite experiences are two sides, doubtless of the same thing. In the sense of humility, the fresh burst of life is not so much my experience as a new experience, and it is appreciated as a part of the larger life outside of the self. The infinite background of R in our figure is the real thing rather than the R itself. One of the commonest experiences after conversion, an experience which we are able now to understand, is a sense of newness. The person is living in a new world. Old experiences are seen from a different point of view. The world bears a new face. It has likewise a new content and new significance. 2 or 3 of the intenser forms of this feeling will make it clear. Female 13. When rising from my knees, I exclaimed, "Old things have passed away and all things have become new." It was like entering another world, a new state of existence. Natural objects were glorified. My spiritual vision was so clarified that I saw beauty in every material object in the universe. The woods were vocal with heavenly music. Male 28. All day and night, floods of light and glory seemed to pour through my soul, and oh, how I was changed. Everything became new. My horses and hogs, everybody became changed. The newness is frequently expressed in more abstract and spiritual terms. Male 19. I felt an unfolding of truth and a revelation of God ways. I underwent a moral and intellectual quickening. This sense of newness is the inevitable consequence of a new center of neural activity, of transferring the ego to a new point of reference for old experiences, and, as we shall see, taking up new elements into its organization. It really becomes a new self, and is often felt to be so. One person relates that on going home from a revival meeting, he thought, "Why, John, can this really be you?" When the thought is turned away from the self to the external world, or to the content of thought and feeling, its objects become new. The general nature of the quality of the feelings can be better appreciated from a few brief quotations. Male 15. I experienced joy almost to weeping. Male 15. I felt my face must have shone like that of Moses. I had a general feeling of buoyancy. It was the greatest joy it was ever my lot to experience. Female 17. A sudden peace and rest seemed to come over me. I felt completely, perfectly, and quietly happy. Female 18. The happiness was intense. I wanted to sing, but all the house was quiet. Male 12. I was very happy. I sang all night and couldn't sleep. Male 19. I felt relieved and filled with fresh courage. Female 14. I felt as if a load were lifted from my body, and I was very happy. Female 16. I wept and laughed alternately. I was as light as if walking on air. I felt as if I had gained greater peace and happiness than I had ever expected to experience. Male 15. There followed the delightful feeling of reconciliation with God and love for Him. Besides these feelings of a definite and positive nature, there is now and then a sense of responsibility, continued struggle, anxiety about the future, and partial disappointment. Female 13. I was happy but had a fear of doing something wrong. Male 22. I felt relieved, but the props were knocked out from under me by 2 friends telling me I would know, when I professed only to believe. I rested pretty well in the feeling that I had done my best, and if God wanted to damn me, I could stand it. An attempt at a rough classification of the characteristic feelings according to their quality gives Table 14. The headings under which they were grouped will be fairly clear. The words in which the experiences were described were usually the index to the groups, but when they were graphically set forth with a variety of designations for the same experience, it was necessary to judge them for the classification. Joy and peace are distinguished in part by the intensity of the experience, the former being the stronger. The difference between joy and happiness is something like that between "oh, what joy" and "aha, what happiness." Of the distinction between calmness and peace, the former is written more in the minor key, containing, as it does, a slight undertone of the pain of the pre-conversion period. The last column gives the relative prominence of the feelings. Joy, peace, and happiness are 3 of the most frequent groups. Closely akin to these are bodily lightness and weeping and shouting, in which the buoyancy is expressed in physical terms. This is the most common quality of feeling, a spiritual uplift, freedom, and harmony. The sense of peace is the point at which this kind of feeling shades off into relief, a feeling which, with its physiological correlative, being freed from a load on the body or heart, is rather frequent. Joy and happiness seem to indicate the complete escape from the old life and a looking toward the new. while in relief there is a sufficient tang of the old to furnish terms in which to read the new. One of the most common feelings is that of acceptance and oneness with God or Christ. The joy, the relief, and the acceptance are qualities of feeling, perhaps, which give the truest picture of what is going on in conversion. The free exercise of new powers, an escape from something, and the birth into larger life, with a corresponding sense of warmth and harmony. The last three groups in the table, calmness, responsibility, and partial disappointment, are relatively less frequent. The meaning of them, the old life not quite stripped off, or the new not fully realized, will be seen more clearly in the next table. The difference between the sexes and between the revival and non-revival cases bear out the distinctions drawn heretofore, and do not need repeating. Of special significance in the table are the following points. Joy, the intenser emotion, is more frequent with the males, the sense of oneness and acceptance with the females. The physiological irradiation of feeling is much greater in the revival cases, while the calmer spiritual experience, peace, happiness, and the feeling of acceptance are more characteristic of the non-revival cases. Among the females, calmness, responsibility, and partial disappointment, and in both sexes the sense of relief, are greater among the revival cases. The comparison in the same persons of the feelings before conversion and after it is instructive. This is shown in Table 15. In general, the clean-cut, positive experiences after conversion follow the intenser pre-conversion phenomena. For example, partial disappointment most often succeeds anxiety and restlessness, but never follows depression, the more intense feeling of kindred nature to anxiety. On the contrary, in regard to joy and intense emotion, this order is exactly reversed. Again, the sense of sin and that of depression most frequently crop out after conversion as joy, while anxiety or restlessness is most often followed by peace, both being of the milder quality. One feature of this law of sequence is the tension and recoil aspect of the feelings. They are pent up and then break out as a definite, vivid experience. This is borne out, for example, in the column under effort, in which the numbers representing peace, calmness, and partial disappointment are about the largest numbers following those three items. The indication on the surface throughout the table is that peculiarities of temperament underlie the likenesses and differences before the crisis and after it. The disposition which feels keenly before conversion reacts violently at the crisis and has the more intense experiences afterward. Those who are thrown back on themselves and experience markedly the sense of sin and depression are the ones who are thrown vigorously in the direction of the new life. It will be observed also that the temperament which shuts itself off against new influences, as evidenced by resistance before conversion, rarely experiences joy, while on the contrary, a more open nature, as indicated by prayer and effort, felt joy and acceptance afterward. The correspondences between post-conversion feelings and the experiences at the point of conversion, self-surrender, forgiveness, etc., were also worked out. They corroborate the results given above. In both sets of comparisons there are hints of several laws of vital significance. On account of the fewness of the cases, however, these cannot be relied on sufficiently to develop. If there were 1,000 records from which to generalize, instead of 200, some of the hints would doubtless attain a higher degree of certainty, and would accordingly throw further light into the nature of the process of conversion. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Psychology of Religion by Edwin Diller Starbuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, The Character of the New Life. We have now to ask, what are the distinctive things in the new life which set it off against the old? In what, more in detail, does the sense of its newness consist? And what are the added elements, if any, which have come into it? For the sake of clearness in discussing the feelings we anticipated in the last chapter, the central fact in the change of heart, namely the organization of life about a new center, this brings along with it two results already noticed. First, the lifting up of the new personality into great significance, and secondly, the sense of newness with which the world of objects and even the personality itself is viewed. Another result equally common is the sense of reality with which the new world presented to consciousness is clothed. Incident on the birth of the I is the awakening of the sense of mindness, the way in which new and old things are filled with meaning, so that the person has a sense of possession of them, and participation in them will be best appreciated by a few typical examples. Female 14. I attended church and engaged in prayer with a new feeling. The Bible was more precious and prayer a comfort and joy. Female 14. In seeing persons confess their faith, I felt like asking if they knew what a serious step it was and how they must act. Female 12. Before I had studied for praise, now because it was a duty. I had prayed at night, now I went to God at any time. I began to reflect on the Bible and to perform acts of self-denial. All these things were now a part of me. Male 18. I love to read the Bible now. Its truths were so interesting, which before had been insipid. Female 14. God was my Father and heaven my home. Male 15. For a long time I tried to realize my ideal, quite different from the silken Christianity of today. Female 13. The truths of the Bible seemed meant for me. Prayer seemed real petitions and thanksgiving. Here is one in the process of making. I dreaded to go to church for fear I could not make the whole thing vital. I prayed about it before going and made constant effort to make it so. The important thing in these quotations is the way in which things are now lifted above the dead level of commonplaceness, or rather how the new ego has emerged into clear consciousness so that it feels the relation existing between it and its spiritual environment. It feels its content as real and as mine. It is significant that it is so frequently the acts of common performance, the prayers, church-going, Bible reading, the old passages of Scripture and sermons, which before had passed through the mind without arousing any warmth or sense of possession, which have vitality. It is as if that which had before existed as reflexes in the lower nerve centers had been taken up as factors in higher cerebral activity. Or, if we say the same thing in terms of psychic activity, it is as if the possible new life had been lingering in the subliminal consciousness, and even rising up as a disturbing and perplexing factor in the mind, and had now found a place in clear consciousness. We now come upon an interesting anomaly. Heretofore, we have been considering the new life in terms of an exalted selfhood. The me has become the point of reference for the larger world of experience. But there is clearly bound up in the process of self-forgetfulness a sympathetic outgoing which apparently exactly contradicts the exaltation of self we have considered, so that now we have to view conversion as a process of unselfing. In the first place, let us get a clear notion of what the respondents say. Male 15. The chief change was in my inmost purpose. I was no longer self-centered. The change was not complete, but there was a deep undercurrent of unselfishness. Female 12. The change made me very affectionate, while before I was cold to my parents. Male 14. I felt it my duty after that to be polite and sympathetic. My enemies were changed to friends. Male 18. My motive to chase worldly riches was changed to that of saving others. I even made mistakes through altruism. In these instances, we see how the personality is expressing itself and going out sympathetically and knitting itself into the world about it. As an emphasis of this same tendency, there is very often a turning back upon the self in scorn and in preference seeking the larger life. This results in numerous acts of self-denial, self-sacrifice, and self-abnegation. In classifying the facts of the changed relation to the objective world, they fell into three groups, depending on the object of attachment: closer relations to persons, to nature, and to God or Christ. 1. Relation to persons. Female 13. I began to work for others. Immediately I was anxious that all should experience the same. Female 17. I had more tender feeling toward my family and friends. Female 16. I spoke at once to a person with whom I had been angry. I felt for everyone, and loved my friends better. Male 19. I felt everybody to be my friend. 2. Relation to nature. Male 16. The stars never have appeared so bright as that night going home. Male 13. I had a special feeling of reverence toward nature. Female 12. I seemed to see God's greatness in nature. 3. Relation to God or Christ. Female 11. God was not afar off. He was my father and Christ my older brother. Female 14. Fear of God was gone. I saw He was the greatest friend one can have. Male 14. I felt very near to my God. Male 15. I felt in harmony with everybody, and all creation and its creator. The result of tabulating the cases is shown in Table 16. It should be noticed in these percentages, as in all the preceding, that they express the lowest possible estimate, since they represent the number of cases only in which the phenomenon was sufficiently prominent to receive explicit mention. Allowing for this, and for imperfect records, we should say that about one half the persons experience, as the result of conversion, a closer relation to God. It is clear from the table that in a large percent of cases an immediate result of conversion is to call the person out from himself into active sympathy with the world outside. How does this principle of conversion as an unselfing harmonize with the equally obvious one of conversion as the sense of the new worth of the self? In the first place, the attachment to the world of nature and of spiritual truth grows out of the condition, doubtless, that the new life is a centre of activity, and it must seek an object of its expression. We have seen that the new personality is not only an activity, but a conscious activity. As such, it must objectify itself. Why it selects just these objects, God, persons, the beauty of natural objects, instead of any others, we shall see more clearly in another connection. In the second place, it appears that the outcrops of self-appreciation and of altruism are two aspects of the same thing, in the same way that self-exaltation and humility may be two manifestations of one underlying condition. If the thing which comes up in consciousness is the fact of the new powers and freedom, the result obtains that the personality feels its worth and exults in its new life. Consciousness may, on the contrary, be directed to the larger life, of which it has become an organic part, and feel most vividly its otherness. It is therefore a matter of selection and emphasis of two things intimately bound together. Let us take, for example, the complex notion of the changed relation of the person and God. In one case, the emphasis makes it read, God is now my Father, with the result that the person seems to belong to a new order of being, and the best things in the world are for me as well as for anyone else. Another person, however, has a different shading of emotion, thus, God is my Father, in which case may follow the loving service and devotion which are so often expressed. Sometimes self-exaltation is the more prominent element, sometimes altruism. Often they are blended. Now and then they are thrown into grotesque antithesis, as in the following instance of a woman converted at 18. I was a new creature in Christ Jesus. Everything seemed heavenly rather than earthly. Everything was so lovely. I had a love for everybody. It was such a blessed experience. Going home, I walked on the curbstone rather than walk or talk with ungodly people. In this case, the two elements stand out separately and in contradiction. Perhaps we can rightly understand the presence of such opposite feelings in the individual only by viewing them as instinctive outcrops whose differentiation has been exaggerated through racial experience passed on by heredity, and which break out in individuals in unreasoned and inharmonious relation. Whether seen from the point of view of the race or the individual, it seems that the heightened worth of self and the altruistic impulses in conversion are closely bound up together, and the differences between them lie simply in the different content of consciousness, determined by the direction in which it is turned. The central fact underlying both is the formation of a new ego, a fresh point of reference for mental states. From the standpoint of development, the essential thing under these two aspects of the new life is the breaking of the shell that has bound the self in its narrow limits, the emerging into the life of the social whole, the going out lovingly and sympathetically as a factor in society, the reaching out into and becoming one with the power that makes for righteousness, in short, the bursting the limits of self and being born into a larger life. This expresses itself directly in the altruistic impulses of conversion. The other aspect of self-appreciation is doubtless the sudden ripening in the individual of some of the more primal instincts. Pleasure in free activity, self-preservation, the desire for larger life, but along with sudden realization there comes the added thing, the necessary condition of either a social or spiritual community, the birth of the self into the larger world. It is of the extreme significance to note that this birth usually comes at about the time in life when it is the custom for youth to be thrown into society, into contact with new educational and religious influences, and also at the time when the physiological awakening has announced the possibility of parenthood and citizenship. Thus we are now in a position to see that, in conversion, the element which is most fundamental from the standpoint of priority is the awakening of the self-consciousness, while the essential factor from the standpoint of development is the process of unselfing. We see, then, that in a certain true sense the altruistic instincts are an added element in consciousness. This falls in line with other facts and suggests that we view conversion as the birth of new powers. The facts appear as if, at the time of conversion, there had been the liberation of fresh energy, or as if new streams had flowed into consciousness. We have in one way and another been coming upon the evidences in the preceding pages. Let us look for a moment at some of the facts. In the following quotations there is a rich and varied suggestiveness of new elements: mental clarification, spiritual insight, volitional enthusiasms, emotional awakenings, deepened motives that have been turned loose in consciousness. Female 12. I wanted to talk to Christ everywhere, and I received power to talk of him I had never before possessed. I seemed a new creature. Female 12. I wanted to help get others to come. Male 14. I felt my life given to spiritual actions. Male 12. I became more studious. Male 18. The opening of my spiritual eyes was the great event. There was no great change otherwise. I had always done as well as I knew. Female 19. Difficult problems, life problems, became more simple and easy to believe. Male 19. I thought now on the goodness of God and his promises. Female 13. I felt right and wrong for the first time. Passages of scripture had new meaning. I now meditated on what to do. Male unknown age. Oh, what a change. Church became more attractive. I saw some sense in the minister's talks, which before were meaningless. I was at peace with everybody. I had periods of supplication to know God's will. Male 18. People would have noticed little change, but I tried harder to be careful in word and work. Female 16. Life was the same, for I had been brought up in Christian habits, but now there was a spring of happiness and love within that I had not possessed before. In the following instance, several of the different elements mentioned above are combined. Male 23. I do not know that my outward conduct was much different from what it had been for 2 years previously, except that I had a liberty, a freedom, a joy that I had not before. My general health was much improved. I at once began to study the best books and to seek the best things, to plan to be something for God. I read the Bible with more delight. I wanted others to know I was a Christian. I worked hard, played hard, did everything with enthusiasm, and reasoned for the glory of my Master. What shall we say of this awakening of new powers and activities? In former years it was said that the person had been born of the Spirit, or endued with power from on high, a point of view which, from our present standpoint, seems entirely accurate. It is as if brain areas which had lain dormant had now suddenly come into activity, as if their stored up energy had been liberated, and now began to function. The growth of consciousness is, in the rough, parallel with the increase of associational fibers in the cerebrum, which condition the bringing together of the different ideation centers in the brain. At conversion, the conditions are as they would be if the various areas were suddenly struck into harmony. If we take into account what was observed in a previous section, that those things which now come into clear consciousness are often the hitherto unnoticed factors in the habitual life, the interpretation seems to be that now suddenly the reflexes in the lower nerve centers are connected by a higher arc with the cerebral reflexes, and so have become elements in clear consciousness. Through the processes of growth, the various brain areas have been lifted to such a potential that they need only to have their equilibrium destroyed to flow into unison, and so bring a flood of latent energy through the new organizing center of consciousness, apparently entirely incompatible with anything that had been present before. In conversion, accordingly, the new factors may be simply new consciousness, but factors which had been already latent in the mental life. This is a point of view which seems to explain the facts. As an illustration of its truth, it is instructive to notice a case or two in which the results of conversion are incompatible with the influences brought to bear, in which the effect is greater than the apparent cause. Male 15. I got water from a bad well instead of a more distant, better one, and allowed the deception. It was found out and struck at my pet virtue, truthfulness. Deception sounded in my ears during the next 10 days whenever I was mentally unoccupied. At the end of 10 days, I shut myself in my room. I called myself a hypocrite and prayed. Jesus, take me, is all I said. As I walked across the room, it came to me that I was sincere and that my prayer was real, and I believed my acceptance with God. After this, I was conscientious to do everything that was right, not chiefly to tell the truth. The whole right, as a loving duty to God, became my standard, while before other duties had been a secondary value. This is an example, doubtless, of following up one associational path toward the possible new ego, and finally reaching that point toward which all the lines of spiritual tendency converge. The sense of acceptance is the point at which they all flow together. The result is apparently larger than the conditions which lead up to it. It is like freeing one petal, and thereby helping the whole flower to unfold. This point of view enables us likewise to understand the result of conversion as a giving rise, in so short a time, to life on a higher plane. It is a process of realizing the possibilities of growth, of making a draft on the latent energies of the nervous system stored up through racial activity and in the individual life up to this period, which might otherwise have lain dormant always. From this point of view, we are ready to accept the strange transformations of character from evil to goodness, and the sudden uplifts which raise life to a higher plane, of which the following are fair instances. Male 19. The most prominent sins immediately came under the power of the new life. I was literally changed in an instant from a dishonest to an honest man. Male 23. I experienced a complete change of conduct. I left the old habits of drink and profanity without effort. Male 37. The old will that made me suffer was mine. Now I cared not about my will, but God's. Male 19. The change was marked and radical. I had feared God, now I loved Him. I did not rest in ceremonies except as a means of growth. Female 18. Before conversion I observed all the religious customs, but without interest. They were all alike to me. Now I did them with spirit and interest. I took an interest in humanity in all the things about me. So they go, giving evidence, usually of a more earnest, joyous, active life, as shown in deepened interest in the conventional religious observances, meditation, private prayer, positive religious striving, performance of duty, the renovation of religious motives, leaving off old habits and the like. When the change is so complete that the self becomes the point of reference for experiences, the old life has really ceased to be, except as a contributing or disturbing element in the new. We shall have ample evidence in the sequel that it does still live in the background, and will make itself felt, if the new life weakens before it becomes thoroughly established, before the nervous reflexes which correspond to the new selfhood have become deeply ingrained and habitual. But as long as the new selfhood is maintained, as long as there is sufficient tension in the nervous system to keep it intact, until it becomes weak and staggers, the old life does not exist as a sensible factor in consciousness. The available supply of energy flows only along the new channels. The old channels are accordingly as if dammed up, since their usual functioning has been cut off. The old elements in consciousness, unless they fall in line with the new and reinforce them, are annulled. The new stream of consciousness sweeps things before it, and old sins are washed away. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Psychology of Religion by Edwin Diller Starbuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Conversion as a Normal Human Experience. As we have proceeded, we have seen the facts of conversion falling together more and more in such a way as to suggest a reading of the whole experience as a natural psychological process. Before we go on to an interpretation of it as a whole, it will be of advantage if we are convinced still further, one way or the other, whether or not it is explainable in terms of the normal mental activities which function in common experience. One of the best means will be to inquire whether there are, among the so-called natural, example given, non-religious, experiences, phenomena analogous to those which appear in each stage of conversion. With this in view, the following list of questions was sent out. A. Describe any faults or acts you have committed which you knew at the time were wrong. Why did you do them? B. What sudden awakening of power have you noticed in yourself, in others, or in animals, speaking, singing, playing, loving, hating, reasoning, etc.? How sudden was it? How do you explain it? C. Describe any sudden change which has come into your character or in your attitude toward things or persons. How and why did it occur? D. Have you ever had a time of great uncertainty which of two possible courses to pursue? In choosing a calling, in love, whether to do an act or not, etc. Describe accurately and minutely your feelings preceding, during, and after the struggle. E. If you have ever broken a habit, describe all the accompanying experiences and feelings. The questions brought in a large mass of valuable data. A few illustrations are appended to show certain features similar to the typical ones in conversion. A. Depression and joy. The feelings of pain, unhappiness, and depression accompanying uncertainty in the presence of two or more alternatives of conduct or attachment, and the final joy and lightness of heart after the decision, illustrate, on the one hand, the feelings during conviction, and, on the other, those after the crisis. Female. For a year or more I had something on my mind which I felt I ought to tell mother. At last I came to feel that I could not stand it any longer, and that I must do something to relieve me of this constant feeling that I ought. I felt very nervous and worried. I was determined to tell her, but felt afraid my courage would fail. With my heart beating very fast, I followed her to her room. I felt so relieved when it was over I hurried to my room and laughed and cried at intervals. I still felt nervous, and trembled somewhat for a little while afterward. After that I seemed to forget everything connected with my old wrong, and I felt that I had gained a great victory over myself. Female. When 14 I was undecided whether to go away from home to school, or to a public school at home. I used to think about it continually, until I lost my appetite, and became so cross and fretful that my brothers told me that I had better go to T, away from home, as I was a little crank. I decided to go away, and after I had once decided, it seemed as if a great load had left me, and I was free again. Female. I was uncertain about choosing a profession. I was in a state of perplexity and restlessness. I could not lie down to restful sleep. I felt to a certain degree depressed. I was anxious for a decision because I knew it must come. When the struggle was ended, a feeling of relief and rest came. It almost seemed as if I had entered a new world. Female. A year ago I was uncertain whether to break friendship with a girl acquaintance. I thought she exerted a harmful influence, but I liked her very much. It took over a week to make the decision. All that time I had fear and depression. I could not sleep well and lost my appetite. One night, as I lay in bed, I felt I must decide. For a few moments there was a struggle in my mind that almost amounted to pain. Then I resolved to break off the friendship. After the struggle I felt a sense of weariness as well as of peace. I felt just as if I wanted to rest a while, and soon fell asleep. Female. Since conversion I have had the same feeling when trying to decide some important question. After the decision is made, in trying to find which way is best, there comes the same peace and rest. It is seen that, in these cases of uncertainty and relief, both the bodily and mental accompaniments are the same as those preceding and after conversion. Conversion we have interpreted in one sense as a conflict of the higher and lower selves, between which the life is ground until the decision comes, after which there is joy and peace. B. Sudden awakenings. These instances of sudden and apparently unaccountable awakenings of power and insight are analogous to the larger spiritual awakenings. A little boy 4 years old cannot talk. He made queer sounds for different objects. All at once he began to talk and said his words plainly. He could soon say everything he heard. A little girl I knew well could not sing a note or carry a tune. Suddenly one day she came in singing, "Sweet Marie," in sweet, clear voice. Female: I was very anxious to learn to play the piano, and would spend hours at the instrument. One day I suddenly found I could play a little waltz my sister had given me. This incited me to try another piece, and I found I could play that. Female: I tried to learn to mount and dismount a bicycle, until it seemed to me there was no use in trying any more. All at once one night I found I could do both easily. Female: I studied physics under a good teacher, but could not see into it. I went home one day feeling sick and discouraged with the problem, why do we see ourselves upside down in a spoon? I studied over it for an hour, and it was dark. Suddenly it seemed lighter. Then I saw the reason as clearly as I ever did anything. I felt so glad, and the physics problem was settled forever in my mind. I liked the study, and could understand it. I cannot explain why it was. Female: At 14, I studied mensuration. I thought I never could understand it, and felt quite discouraged. After hearing a pupil recite one day, the power to do it came like a flash, and it became my favorite study. Female: I cannot understand subtraction in algebra. I cannot even do the examples mechanically. I failed every day in it. Suddenly one day while working alone, it dawned on me, and since then I have had no trouble. It is the easiest thing in algebra now. Male: My students and I had worked several days on a problem in geometry. One night I went to bed, after trying again and failing. The next morning, on awakening, the solution of the problem was so distinct before my mind, I saw it in visual terms. These cases illustrate spontaneous awakenings following positive effort, in which we have supposed that unconscious cerebral activity has completed the result and given it back to consciousness. The experiences which precede the awakening are similar to the sense of incompleteness. Occasionally, even in these relatively mild incidents, they deepen into something akin to the sense of sin, as in the following. Female: When grandmother died, everything seemed so dull and dreary, as if a dark cloud hung over me. I couldn't seem to get comfort from anyone, or even from prayer. When I prayed, the words had no meaning at all. I was in this condition more than a month, when suddenly the cloud broke away, and I found comfort in my Bible. It often occurs that the whole nature blossoms out suddenly, when there are apparently no religious elements involved, just as when the change is of a distinctly religious character. The following is one of our 4 equally striking cases reported by President C. G. Baldwin. Boy of 17, read in the second reader, and took no other work. Teachers before had whipped him 3 or 4 times a day. He was up to all mischief, threw shot and paper balls, pinched his neighbors, crawled upon the floor under the girls' seats, etc., etc. His father had no control over him. Not knowing what to do, I paid no attention to him, but let him run about just as a dog. The children ceased to laugh at him. He cut no figure. One day I was hearing the class in partial payments, and urged them to learn the rule. They objected strenuously on the ground of time. Just then this boy threw a paper ball past my ear, and reminded me of his existence. I turned on him and said, "There's Charlie N. He could learn that rule in 15 minutes. He turned towards me eagerly and asked what it was. I told him, and he said, "Let me try." When the time was up, he went through it to the end. I said, "There, I told you so." He sat down, collapsed like a wilted cabbage leaf. At recess, he came to me and asked to study arithmetic. He got his book and went to work. He never made any trouble after that, and was a good student in all lines, helpful and useful as any normal boy. I never had occasion to rebuke him in the 3 years I taught there, except once for whispering too loudly, and that brought the tears to his eyes that he lost my confidence even for a moment. It seems highly probable that in such instances unassociated nerve elements were ripe to be struck into harmony and lifted into cerebral coordination. The final act by which the nerve current flowed into new related channels apparently drafted off the energy of other areas, and left the boy exhausted for the moment. Instances are likewise on record in religious conversion in which the person is left prone and helpless. In one of the cases above, the young woman felt at peace, but just as if she wanted to rest. That the pupil should have become a good student in all lines is analogous to the wholeness of the change in conversion. If our analysis of the conditions underlying the change is true, this aspect might be expressed thus: a stimulus which arouses the attention at the same time that it awakens native tendencies of nervous discharge, gives rise to a discharge from the lower reflex arcs into a higher cerebral arc. An example, awakens an idea. Tension is produced in a new cerebral area of the nervous system, which becomes the center of discharge. Other brain areas, insofar as they are connected by associational paths with this one, likewise bring their contribution to consciousness, so that the whole of consciousness is organized about the new center, and the entire personality is involved. C. Sudden changes in emotional attitude. Even more mysterious than the last group of instances are the cases in which an unexpected revulsion of feeling occurs, usually without any very marked cause, and often with no apparent antecedent. These seem to be numerous, and to extend through the whole range of feelings, from mere taste for food to attachments and repulsions which involve the entire nature. Female: I disliked bananas very much. One day, on tasting one, I found that I liked it, and since then I cannot get enough of them. It was just the same with cooked onions. Female: When about 9, I was very fond of bananas. My cousin gave me all I could eat, and I became sick at my stomach. After that I had the same sick feeling whenever I saw bananas. Female: I never could bear the taste of turkey. 2 years ago I was visiting, and had to take it, or be rude. I have liked it ever since. Male: To one particular fellow in our club I took a great dislike. He never did anything to me. He always treated me kindly. I never knew why I disliked him. Female: I knew a girl whom I thought a great deal of. One day I happened to think of her, and just then I felt that I didn't like her at all. It seemed strange to me, and I thought I could not dislike her. But all her bad traits stood out before me, and I couldn't see anything in her to like. Female: I once had a teacher whom I simply detested. I disliked her so much that I thought of her constantly. One day I happened to pass her in the hall. I do not know what she did. In fact, I think she did nothing, but just as quickly as she passed me, my hatred turned to love. I know it sounds foolish to speak of loving anyone like that, but I positively adored her. Female: My husband was jealous of my love for an invalid sister who had lost her health for me, and he forced me to leave her. I went back to her with my baby, and was able, by teaching music, to make a scanty living for 3. Husband begged me to return West, but I refused, although I was heavily burdened. My judgment told me to stay, but my heart yearned after him. I went to God and wrestled half the night. At 2 o'clock peace came. He took away my love for my husband. It left me in an instant, and has never returned. Now I feel free. These quotations contain evidence on the surface that something has happened underneath in subconsciousness. They are similar to the mysterious transformations in religious emotion, which completely change one's affection and attachments. D. Breaking habits. Very similar in all the phenomena connected with it to that type of conversion which follows waywardness, is the breaking of habits. The instances are numerous, and include the conquering of habits or propensities in children and animals, in which the new attitude is largely externally induced, and those also in which the volitions play an active part. I knew of a horse which delighted in kicking, biting, and running away. Its owner was afraid to feed it, and gave it away. The new owner geared the horse to drive it home. It tried to kick. He gave it a good beating, and after that he never had any trouble with it. He would even let it stand without tying. Uncle had a horse which was a great favourite, and as gentle and docile as could be. He was once frightened by a fire engine, and after that he became so vicious that it was not safe to drive him. Male: When about 5 I displayed a violent temper. One day, in an unrestrained rage, I chased my next older brother around the yard and into the house, hurling things at him like a young gorilla. My mother was so concerned about me that she wept. She was not the sort of woman to cry, in genuine discouragement. and said she didn't know, but I would have to go to the reform school. I truly repented. After a short nap, I sought her goodwill, and ever afterwards was noted for obedience and docility. The child of my friend was much spoiled. While I was with him, the child became unmanageable. The father held him firmly several hours. At last the child stopped kicking and crying and said, "Papa, I love you," and was good after that. Male. For years I had indulged in the habit of profanity. When 20, I was elected teacher of a country school, and I felt I ought to set a good example to my pupils. About the same time, the reading of the Chao Tao Kwan course set me to thinking and led me to adopt a higher ideal. As soon as the foolishness of the habit was brought to my notice, I made one firm resolve, and the battle was won. Female. When I was about 40, I tried to quit smoking, but the desire was on me and had me in its power. I cried and prayed and promised God to quit, but could not. I had smoked for 15 years. When I was 53, I sat by the fire one day smoking. A voice came to me. I did not hear it with my ears, but more as a dream or sort of double think. It said, "Louisa, lay down smoking." At once I replied, "Will you take away the desire?" But it only kept saying, "Louisa, lay down smoking." Then I got up, laid down my pipe on the mantel shelf, and never smoked again, or had any desire to. The desire was gone, as though I had never known it or touched tobacco. The sight of others smoking and the smell of smoke never gave me the least wish to touch it again. In the breaking of habits, there is clearly a conflict between the old habitual course of action and a new set of nervous discharges which are trying to establish themselves. In the midst of the conflict there is pain. The continued trying, together with a corresponding cerebral growth in the direction of the effort, or of the external influence, cause the energy finally to shoot into the new direction, and the new thing is accomplished. In the last two instances above, one sees that at the critical point in the change, the person is either an actor or largely an observer, as was true in conversion. In the last case, the ripening has gone on unconsciously, so that the final impulse comes to consciousness as something from without, as a sort of voice. The double think seems to indicate that both courses of action, the old habitual one and the one just sprouting, have worth to consciousness at the same time. In these common experiences we find analogies to all the steps of conversion, even the most unaccountable and mysterious. Now let us think clearly on the significance of them. They do not explain conversion. The breaking of a habit, as far as an ultimate explanation goes, is itself as mysterious as anything that happens in consciousness. These facts do make intelligible, however, the processes involved in conversion in the same way that any natural phenomena come to be understood. They help us to see a little way into the mental operations concerned in conversion. They also make it clear that, however inexplicable, the facts of conversion are manifestations of natural processes. We accept them as natural laws, because we see them working here and there and everywhere in the psychic life. Each of the above phenomena seems to be the special thing of which conversion is the general. To break a habit involves one small group of tastes, or desires or faculties. Conversion takes the whole bundle of them. It is not a surprise that a habit should be broken and never return. It is perhaps even more natural and easy that the entire group of tastes, desires and habits which make up a character should be radically changed. It is easier to take the whole skein than to extricate one tangled thread. It is this fact, doubtless, which makes it necessary that conversion be a complete surrender. Assurance comes only when the entire being is given over to the new life. As with habits, so with the flashes of intellectual insight we have just noticed. An awakening to one specific truth involves one faculty. The great awakening of conversion into a new world of spiritual insight is so inclusive that we fitly call it a second birth. Each of the experiences described above is a part of which conversion is the whole. End of chapter 11.